Around the globe on Aneke TV. First, let's look at stories making the headlines. ECOWAS warns Nigeria's democratic setback could destabilize West Africa. New bill mandates 15% female recruitment in Niger police force. President Tinubu orders rescue of 25 abducted schoolgirls in Kebbi. Enugu Civil Service introduces a digital testing for 2025 promotions. Jigawa Governor Nnamdi resolves a decades-long herder-farmer conflict. On the foreign scene, France launches probe into Vinted over alleged child access to adult content. Japan issues safety warning amid worsening diplomatic tensions with China. Canadian PM Carney survives tight parliamentary budget vote. President Trump signals possible military action in Mexico over drug trafficking. I am Aneke. Now the news in details. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has issued a strong warning that any failure of a democracy in Nigeria could trigger a regional collapse of democratic governance. ECOWAS Commission President Omar Toure, represented by Ambassador Abdel Fattah Musa, issued the warning in Abuja during the launch of the Regional Partnership for Democracy. According to him, Nigeria remains a critical anchor state whose political instability would reverberate across the entire sub-region. Musa praised Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, and Cape Verde as the remaining pillars of a multi-party democracy, but stressed that the region is increasingly threatened by coups, judicial interference, and violent extremism. He argued that the 4-year presidential tenure in most West African nations may be inadequate for long-term development and democratic consolidation. The ECOWAS representative noted that the launch of the RPD, driven by Nigeria in partnership with the United Nations Development Programme UNDP, comes at a time when the continent faces an erosion of trust in democratic institutions. He said the combination of insecurity, misinformation, and socio-economic pressures has weakened the social contract between government and citizens. Nigeria's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, described the initiative as an African-guided remedy aimed at strengthening electoral institutions, countering disinformation, and addressing political exclusion. UNDP resident representative Elsie Atufwa commended Nigeria's leadership and reaffirmed the agency's support for the initiative across West Africa. President Bola Tinubu has urged the Nigerian judiciary to renew its commitment to integrity, describing corruption within the judicial system as a threat to the nation's survival. Speaking at the opening of the 2025 All Nigerian Judges Conference in Abuja, the president said the judiciary must remain uncompromising in upholding fairness and public trust. Tinubu emphasized that a judiciary capable of cleansing society must first cleanse itself from enforcing discipline, transparency, and accountability from within. He challenged the delegates to develop practical solutions to reduce delays in justice delivery and expand access for vulnerable and marginalized citizens. He further assured that his administration is committed to modernizing the judicial system, including full digitization of court processes, adoption of integrated case management systems, and improved welfare, training, and independence of judges. These reforms, he noted, are essential to protecting Nigeria's democratic institutions. President Tinubu concluded that an efficient, courageous, and corruption-free judiciary remains the backbone of national stability, economic progress, and the rule of law, stressing that the government will provide all necessary support to advance reforms. A constitutional legal battle has been initiated in Anambra State as citizen Okeke Victor Ikechukwu files a suit accusing the governor, speaker, chief judge, and accountant general of undermining judicial financial autonomy. The originating summons before the Oka High Court alleges that the state's judiciary has been treated as an extension of the executive and legislature, contrary to the 1999 Constitution. The claimant is seeking declarations enforcing Sections 120, Sections 121, Subsection 3, and Section 270, Subsection 2, Paragraph A of the Constitution, insisting that judicial funds must be remitted directly to the Chief Judge. He is also asking the court to issue mandatory orders compelling the state government to operationalize full autonomy in budget releases and expenditure. Aneke further presented 4 questions for judicial interpretation, including whether the judiciary can function independently without financial autonomy and whether ongoing practices constitute constitutional violations by the state's political leadership. He also requests injunctions restraining any further interference with judicial finances. The case emerges amid a national debate on enforcement of financial autonomy for state courts. Analysts argue that a ruling in this suit could set a precedent across Nigeria, especially following years of industrial actions by the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, JUSON, and past attempts by the federal government to compel compliance. The House of Representatives has begun a public hearing on a bill seeking to amend the Nigeria Police Act by mandating a 15% quota for women in public recruitment. Speaker Abbas Tajudeen described the proposal as essential for building a more inclusive, professional and community-responsive policing system. Legislators noted that female representation has historically been low, particularly in leadership positions, limiting the force's ability to effectively handle gender-based crimes and improve public trust. Research presented to the House indicated that police services with higher female participation experience fewer incidents of excessive force and stronger community relations. The proposed amendment will also require the police force to create a gender-responsive compliance unit responsible for monitoring recruitment, training positions. I'll take that paragraph again. The proposed amendment will also require the police force to create a gender-responsive compliance unit responsible for monitoring recruitment, training, postings, discipline, and promotions. Lawmakers say the initiative will help dismantle long-standing cultural and structural barriers that hinder women's advancement. Chairman of the House Committee on Police Affairs, Abubakar Maki Yilman, emphasized that the reform is designed to build a fair, balanced, and modern police institution capable of meeting Nigeria's security challenges. Stakeholders submitted mixed views, though many agree that progress is long overdue. President Bola Tinubu has ordered security agencies to immediately rescue 25 female students kidnapped from Government Girls Comprehensive Senior Secondary School, Maga in Kebbi State. The students were abducted during an early morning raid in which the vice principal, Malam Hassan Makuku, was shot dead while attempting to protect the girls. Eyewitnesses reported that heavily armed bandits scaled the school fence under the cover of darkness, firing sporadically before whisking the students away. Police authorities confirmed that tactical teams were deployed shortly after the attackers escaped. President Tinubu condemned the attack as barbaric and directed security and intelligence agencies to mobilize all necessary resources to ensure the safe return of the students. He reiterated that national security remains an urgent priority and perpetrators of such crimes must be swiftly brought to justice. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar also condemned the incident, calling for a comprehensive overhaul of the nation's security architecture. The attack follows similar abductions across northern states, including kidnapping of a community leader in Nasarawa, deepening fears of widening rural insecurity. Enugu State Governor Peter Mba has approved the 2025 promotion exercise for qualified civil servants, introducing a computer-based test, CBT, for senior officers on grade level 12 and above. The reform marks a key milestone in the administration's efforts to modernize public service operations through digital transformation. Chairman of the Civil Service Commission, Robinson Odo, explained that the adoption of CBT is designed to strengthen transparency, increase accountability, and promote merit-based advancement. He said that the initiative aligns with the governor's e-governance agenda and recent digital training programs for the workforce. Head of Service Godwin Aneke confirmed that civil servants have undergone comprehensive digital literacy training to prepare them for the assessment and the state's evolving digital workflow systems. He described the investment in human capital development as unprecedented in the state's history. According to officials, the reforms have already improved efficiency, allowing staff to transmit correspondences through modern platforms and significantly reducing turnaround time. The state says the workforce is poised to deliver on its transformation mandate. The fourth Enugu Catholic Diocesan Synod has opened at Holy Ghost Cathedral. Aneke TV correspondent Sharon reports that Bishop Callistus Onaga says the week-long gathering will address contemporary challenges from social media and AI to youth empowerment while strengthening faith and unity in the diocese.
The fourth Enugu Catholic Diocesan Synod has officially opened at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, drawing a distinguished gathering of political leaders, clergy, and lay faithful to reflect on the life, mission, and growth of the Church in the diocese. Declaring the Synod open, the Catholic Bishop of Enugu Diocese, Most Reverend Callistus Onaga, highlighted its significance not only to the local church, but also to the wider Catholic community. He expressed gratitude to all participants and noted that the week-long event running from November 16 to 22 is aimed at addressing emerging challenges and deepening the spiritual life of the faithful. Bishop Onaga explained that a synod serves as an ecumenical assembly, providing the bishop with counsel on matters of faith, morals, discipline, and mission. He traced the diocese history, recalling that the first Enugu Diocesan Synod was convened by the late Bishop Michael Aneke in 1983. He identified critical issues currently before the Church, including the influence of social media and artificial intelligence, youth empowerment, burial practices, and the enduring Osu and Ohu caste concerns, expressing hope that deliberations would yield lasting solutions.
It is believed that the first diocesan synod took place in France in AD 578. And it was Benedict XIV in his the Synodo Diocesana, published 1748, who gave a definitive fixation of the diocesan synod in the canonical doctrine of the Church. And the current legislation concerning the diocesan synod is contained in the Code of Canon Law, Canons 460 to 468. My dear brothers and sisters, we thank God that we are now gathered here for the opening ceremony of the fourth synod of our diocese, centered on faith and practice in Enugu Diocese. 12 years have passed since the last synod in 2013. New questions, challenges concerning our faith abound. But that is not to say that we do not have enormous reasons to say thanks to God for his blessings on this diocese since inception or creation. First and foremost, we are grateful to God for the progress of the work of evangelization in our diocese since its creation in 1962. It may not look very important, but it is important for us, for you to know that the Enugu Diocese is among, I think, if not the only diocese where you have 3 bishops operating. 3 operating. It's not easy. 3, how the emeritus bishop, I think we are the only one, I don't know if there's any other one. We have Bishop Obodo, immediate close associate, and my humble self. As I said, Bishop Buji will still conduct and will give a talk in this very synod. Has clocked 94 years. So it's not like he's there, just there. No, he's working. So that's why we are 4 working. 4 of us working. We have 531 priests in this diocese. 531 priests. There are dioceses that don't have up to 50. 531 priests working tirelessly to spread the good news of salvation, both here and beyond the diocese. Many are overseas already working, already missionaries in a sense. And in fact, by the grace of God, the number of priests in this diocese will increase by 14 next Saturday. So add it to the number you have already. This is by God gives life, in the next 6 months, I'll be 17 years a bishop in this place. So 17 years a bishop. So when I say I'm enjoying the support of priests, I know what I'm saying. I'm not pretending. You may have one or two exceptions that make the rule. You know, one or two exceptions. Name is Shibaka. I'm a boy in Tichikwe house, so Shibaka. So, youth empowerment. We gave scholarship, just the last batch of scholarship to Veritas University some 3 years ago. And we had to pay a particular amount for them to go and do a particular graduate course. My dear brothers and sisters, they went and changed their courses and toppled the whole money maybe three times. We are not ashamed to be the first, we have always been. So you can see the trend moving. Yes, I see the trend moving. It's moving. And the sacrifices go on that way. They have made enormous, they burnt candles at night and toiled in the day in order to see that the events of this day and the days to come will be successful. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. I thank them so much. They've worked so hard to do this.
Very Reverend Father Professor Christian Aneke, Chairman of the Synod Planning Committee, explained that the Fourth Synod was convoked after a prayerful reflection and wide consultations 10 years after the Third Synod. He described the gathering as an opportunity to open new doors of hope for the Church mission while examining rapid social changes affecting faith and practice.
The First Synod of our diocese gives us the opportunity to reflect on our practice of faith, inspiring awareness of the opportunities and challenges we face today in practicing the faith.
Presentations at the Synod covered catechesis, holistic education, responsible digital technology use, and the formation of priesthood candidates. Cardinal Peter Aneke, Catholic Bishop of Ekulobia Diocese, in a paper on holistic education, urged intensified pastoral support for catechism instructors and those drifting from the faith. He emphasized catechesis that prioritizes understanding over rote learning and consistent moral instruction across all schools. Dr. Chinedu Chibozo, Director of ICT at Godfrey Okoye University.
Thank you, Sharon, for that report. And you're still watching the Aneke TV news at 9 a.m. We continue with the rest of the news. U.S. President Donald Trump has unveiled a FIFA Pass program that will grant expedited visa interview appointments to individuals holding tickets for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Joined in the Oval Office by FIFA President Gianni Infantino, Trump described the initiative as a measure to ensure a smooth entry process for the millions of fans expected to travel to the United States for the tournament. Infantino welcomed the announcement, saying the scheme would help streamline travel for legitimate supporters and accommodate an anticipated 5 to 10 million visitors. He noted that ticket holders would receive priority access to visa interview slots, though the process and security standards would remain unchanged. Secretary of State Marco Rubio stressed that a World Cup ticket does not equate to visa approval, emphasizing that applicants must still pass full U.S. vetting procedures. Rubio urged applicants not to delay, noting that the program guarantees an appointment within 6 to 8 weeks. The measure comes as U.S. embassies prepare for an expected surge in applications ahead of the tournament. The 2026 World Cup, coinciding with America's 250th independence anniversary, has become a political focal point for the Trump administration. The president has suggested relocating games away from Democrat-led host cities as part of his broader push on crime and migration. Lagos will host the major international boxing spectacle, Chaos in the Ring 2, on December 19 at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena in Onikon. Organized by Balmoral Group Promotions, AK Promotions, and Frank Warren's Queensberry Promotions, the event will be broadcast live worldwide on DAZN. Promoters say the show aims to cement Lagos' status as a global sports destination and elevate African boxing in the world stage. The triple-header event will be headlined by two-division world champion Lawrence Okolie. In entertainment, Nigerian comedian Freedom Atipoyi, popularly known as Mr. Jollof, has issued a public apology following a physical altercation with social media activist Very Dark Man during the United Nigeria Airlines flight from Asaba to Lagos. The brawl, captured in a now viral video, is the latest escalation in the feud between the two men that has spanned months. Mr. Jollof, responding after VDM posted footage showing bite marks he claimed were inflicted during the fight, apologized to the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. The airline and passengers whose travel plans may have been disrupted. He said he regretted the incident, describing himself as a non-violent person who reacted in self-defense during the confrontation. He further extended apologies to his wife, children, and employer, vowing not to allow such behavior to repeat itself. The comedian said the fracas has caused him personal embarrassment and pled to conduct himself more responsibly going forward. The clash follows a series of disputes between both men, including Mr. Jolloff's previous 500 million naira alleged lawsuit against VDM over alleged defamatory comments about his wife. Nollywood actor Charles Inoje and his wife Obehi Inoje are celebrating their 13th wedding anniversary, marking more than a decade of partnership that the actor describes as a journey of believing, trusting, loving, and complementing each other. In a heartfelt post shared on Instagram, he expressed gratitude for the progress they have made together, acknowledging that the marriage has not been perfect but has grown stronger over time. Inoje said the milestone reflects perseverance and mutual understanding, noting that the couple continues to evolve despite challenges. Fans and entertainment colleagues flooded the comment section with messages of goodwill, praising the couple's enduring relationship in an industry known for its pressures. And that's all on Round the Globe on Aneke TV. Before we end Round the Globe, here are the main points. President Tinubu orders rescue of 25 abducted schoolgirls in Kebbi. Enugu Civil Service introduces digital testing for 2025 promotions. President Trump signals possible military action in Mexico over drug trafficking. And that's the Aneke TV news at 9 a.m. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Asogwa, I am Amaka Nneji. Thank you for joining us.
First Timothy 6 verse 10 reminds us, "For the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. By craving it, some have wandered away from the faith and pierced themselves with many sorrows." The so-called instant wealth mentality, often described as the get-rich-quick syndrome, refers to the rapacious desire to acquire financial wealth through questionable or unauthorized means solely to satisfy interests or selfish ambitions. In former days, Nigerians prided themselves on the dignity of labor, hard work, humility, endurance, respect for elders, and perseverance, where values were deeply taught by parents and guardians. These virtues propelled many young people into apprenticeship, skill acquisition, and education with the hope of building a solid future. But today, the narrative is changing. With the advent of technology and the erosion of values, many youths have abandoned diligence and now chase wealth by any means. Over time, some parents even began forcing their daughters into marriages with wealthy men, as there's an Igbo adage that says, Ogobuchi onye, meaning in-laws determine destiny, regardless of love or compatibility. Likewise, some parents urge their sons to make money like their mates without caring about the source. This cultural shift fractured society. Instead of rising through hard work, many young people now want to rise like the Iroko tree, tall, proud, but with little or no traces of foundational hard work. Some have indulged into money rituals, popularly known as ukite, cybercrime, popularly known as Yahoo, prostitution, vandalism, kidnapping, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and theft. The get-rich-quick mentality is not a Nigerian problem. It is a global issue. It spreads like wildfire. In pharmaceuticals, some produce fake or adulterated drugs, repackage expired medicines, or sell counterfeit drinks and foods. Others flood the market with harmful skincare products or inferior tires that burst on highways, claiming innocent lives, all in the name of profit. In public service, corruption thrives. Officials embezzle humongous funds, collect bribes, and divert resources meant for development. Some engineers cut corners by using substandard materials to build roads that collapse within months. Certain nurses exchange babies for money, while baby factories exploit young pregnant girls. Some native doctors encourage blood money rituals, while prosperity-preaching pastors promise instant success without labor, even blessing fraudsters and urging them to pay tithes. But is this truly the right way to make money? Must everyone be rich and influential at all costs? Some Enugu residents who spoke with Aneke TV lamented the moral collapse.
In recent time, we have seen a deviation from hard work and the entrenchment of laziness among the youths and the upcoming ones, because you now see a situation where people don't no longer take patience in hard work, like not you want to reap when we did not sow, or you want to sow today and you know that in the process of planting, you have to sow, you have to wait. There's a gestation period, and then before you talk of harvesting. But these days, the young ones want to sow today and then reap the next day. That is get rich quick thing.
They want to belong because when they see their mates, and when they see their mates driving big cars, they want to belong. Some parents are also the cause, because the way they talk to their children, they compare their children to the children of their neighbors or their co-wives. That's one of the things to me.
Some of the parents contribute to this get-rich-quick syndrome, because when a parent begins to compare the child with other people, you are telling your child, have you not seen Mr. A, how he's doing well, buying houses for the parents, doing this and doing that? That child will feel bad, or we want to go to any length in impressing you to show that, okay, you know, to make you proud. That is what some of them, you get them, they say, I want to make my parents proud, because the parents refuse to be proud of them because they have not met up with the other people they are comparing them with. So you don't compare your child with anybody.
They noted that society has grown cold, not just cold, but frozen. The poor are despised, mocked, and branded as cursed, while the wealthy are exalted regardless of how they earned their wealth. This disturbing trend calls for sober reflection. It is time to pause, reconsider, and retrace our steps for the sake of ourselves, our families, and our nation. As the proverb warns, he who knows how to pound should pound on a mortar, but he who doesn't know how to pound should pound on the floor. Let's always reflect on the words of the gospel preacher in Ecclesiastes 1, verse 2, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Chidimi Kemedem, Aneke TV.
The Fourth Enugu Catholic Diocesan Synod has officially opened at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, drawing a distinguished gathering of political leaders, clergy, and lay faithful to reflect on the life, mission, and growth of the Church in the diocese. Declaring the Synod open, the Catholic Bishop of Enugu Diocese, Most Reverend Callisto Sonaga, highlighted its significance not only to the local church, but also to the wider Catholic community. He expressed gratitude to all participants and noted that the week-long event running from November 16 to 22 is aimed at addressing emerging challenges and deepening the spiritual life of the faithful. Bishop Onaga explained that a synod serves as an ecumenical assembly, providing the bishop with counsel on matters of faith, morals, discipline, and mission. He traced the diocese history, recalling that the first Enugu Diocesan Synod was convened by the late Bishop Michael Eneja in 1983. He identified critical issues currently before the Church, including the influence of social media and artificial intelligence, youth empowerment, burial practices, and the enduring Osu and Ohu caste concerns, expressing hope that deliberations would yield lasting solutions.
It is believed that the first diocesan synod took place in France in AD 578. And it was Benedict XIV in his De Synodo Diocesana, published 1748, who gave a definitive fixation of diocesan synod in the canonical doctrine of the Church. And the current legislation concerning diocesan synod is contained in the Code of Canon Law.
Good morning, Enugu, and a beautiful morning to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, bringing you daily dose of cheer and joy. I'm Deborah Wakobo, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Debbie, how are you this morning?
It's a beautiful morning, that's what I can say. Thank you very much. Yes, I did.
All right. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful Tuesday morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, it's Tuesday, 18th November 2025, and of course it's another new edition of Sunrise, and also it's a power-packed morning with the latest news, trending story, and that special sunrise vibe to help you on the day.
So, grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the ride, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and Sunrise this morning will start things off with our quote of the day, with words that are thoughtful to shift our perspective, to help us stay well driven or to stay focused.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headlines. All the key updates you need to remain informed will be served hot and tasty.
Yeah, and after that, we'll be giving you the full weather forecast for cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out, or if you've stepped out already, it's to help you keep through the rest of the day.
And later we'll wrap things up with quotes with the celebrations, observance, quotes of the day to lift your spirits and keep you smiling.
All right, now to our morning inspiration segment. Now, our quote of today is coming from Derek Jeter, who once said, "There may be people who have more talent than you, but there is no excuse for anyone to work harder than you do." I'm going to take that quote again, coming from a baseball legend, Derek Jeter, who once said in his quote, "There may be people who have more talent than you, but there's no excuse for anyone to work harder than you do. Now let's talk about what this quote means. Now this quote is a reminder that success isn't built on talent alone. Yes, some people may naturally have more skills, more brilliance, or head start in life, but Jetta is telling us that hard work is the true equalizer. You may not control your talent, but you absolutely control your effort. Now this quote is also a message about discipline, consistency, and the determination to keep showing up even on days when you don't feel like it. In the workplace, in school, in sports, or in personal goals. Now this person who keeps pushing, who keeps practicing, who keeps learning and improving often goes further than the naturally gifted person who doesn't put in the work. Mr. Uche, I would like to know your own thoughts on this quote.
All right. We can't overemphasize the need and the importance for hard work.
Yeah.
And then speaking to hard work here, you're talking about relentless effort.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that I don't think there's anybody who doesn't have a bit of talent, but you don't rely on whatever talent you have.
Yes.
It's all about effort, persistence, you understand, relentless effort, dedication to whatever you do, wherever you find yourself. And we are told that this will always beat talent anytime, any day. And then I'm reminded that the only place where you see talent or success coming before hard work or work is only the dictionary. It's only when you flip through dictionary that you begin to see success before you get to work or even hard work, right? So the emphasis, like Thomas Edison did point out, that life in success in everything we do is just about 1% genius. Then 99 perspiration, speaking to effort, speaking to hard work, consistency. So it doesn't matter where you operate, it doesn't matter the circumstances where you find yourself, but I can tell you that when you keep at it, if you're dedicated, you know, just like that saying, you know, the Igbos and Africans have richness in proverbs where they tell you that when a child washes his hands clean, he can sit down to dine with others. So if you are dedicated at whatever you do, if you are relentless, being dedicated, people will spot that, and that will single you out for elevation. And then speaking to workplaces, that alone, your dedication, we're not talking about perfection here, but being dedicated at what you do singles you out each time. And then you will see that that begins to make way for you. I look at this in the marketplace. You know, sometimes I happen to be in other parts of Nigeria, and then there's this man, though late now, I came to know that he was about the richest Igbo man in northern Nigeria at that time. But this man, when you observe him every morning before 8 o'clock, he was standing at the market gate, waiting for them to open the gates of the market for him to go in. And this a millionaire or a billionaire, not just in Naira, but in hard currencies. Do you understand? But he's always standing there every morning, waiting for the gate to be open for him to go in. And people were wondering, if this man who has amassed this level of wealth is so dedicated to be at the gate every morning before 8 o'clock, then how much more those who are just starting off life afresh, who are just beginning? Do you understand? And when you look at that level of dedication, you can't but separate the fact that, yes, this is what brought him to the level where he is. And each time I see this man, you know, I later had to advance to know him personally. And each time I look at that man, he becomes an inspiration that a man who has amassed such level of wealth, you know, that he is said to have, you know, amassed wealth in other currencies, that his foreign partners, when they refer you to anywhere in West Africa, right, they mention this man's name. This is a man that controls certain controlled drugs in the whole of West Africa. You know, so I'm talking about pharmaceuticals like you know, Procaine. There's a drug, the injection they call Procaine. But when you talk about the higher quality of Troch, you understand, a company in Germany, this man is the sole marketer of this very product. And at this level, he's so dedicated to his craft, so dedicated to his trade, you know, always going about as early as possible, dedicated to his trade. And then you can't separate the level of success that he enjoys in it. And Debbie, yes, Drake is quite apt in letting us know that there may be people who have more than talent than you, but you don't have any excuse not to excel in life. And when you keep at anything, the more you know, make an attempt at something, the more better you become at that thing. So this quote is, for me, quite apt. And it takes me to another issue, you know. I don't know, but this is a story I heard somewhere, that there are young boys, you know, like in our times now, who wants to be wealthy at all costs, right? And they set out on a journey to meet a Baba. Then on getting there, after, you know, much conversation, the Baba now said, okay, that look at what you do. He wrapped something in a clothes, you know, gave them, say every morning, come bring this in out. That the rule is that you must wake up as early as possible by 5 o'clock every morning, bring this in out, say to it that I must be wealthy. That I must be wealthy, you know, a number of times. And then you must be the first person to be in your shop every morning. You must be the first person to be in your shop every morning. And you must be the last to leave every day. That you must not, you know, give them conditions,
like
the do's. He gave them conditions, the do's and don'ts. Then it was said that after 7 years, where this young man has kept at this very, you know, tradition as directed by this man they went to see, they've become wealthy, and then they went back to, you know, give for Thanksgiving to tell the Baba that you've done well, we've amassed wealth. Do you understand? And then the Baba said, "Where's the package I gave you?" And on opening the package, I was told it was a Bible. There was nothing different from what the Baba has given them. And then the Baba now said, "What has worked for you is not what I gave you, but because you've been dedicated, you understand, and keeping to instruction at what you do, your hard work has paved the way for you." So this quote for me is quite apt. Yes, hard work will make the way anytime, any place, anywhere, and keep at it. It doesn't matter where you find yourself. It doesn't matter where you're doing. It doesn't matter the level you are at. But hard work paves the way. You know, the good book keep talking about hard work. Unfortunately, yes, all the religions I have associated with, none of the religions suppose laziness.
Especially the story of those men, servants, that their master gave them talents. Now of different, he gave 5 to some, he gave 3, he gave 1 to some. Now when it comes to hard work, those he gave 5 and 3 and the rest, they actually put that their talent to good use. Okay, because I'm bringing it back to this quote now, but they put the talent to good use. Now they had to make something, doubling it. But then the one he gave 1 to, knowing fully well that he cannot handle that one, and he was given 1. And so because he saw that it was 1 that he was given, he did not make good use of it. And at the end of the day, it was being collected from him. Now, what I could draw out from there is that the fact that they had to put effort, unlike the person giving 1, they had to put effort in order to multiply it and get more gains in it. Now, if we say we all have talent, and then let me keep my own talent aside, that these other ones, they are better than me, no. Everybody has their talent, they have what they are good at, but what matters is the effort that they put towards that, seeing that, okay, this talent achieves something greater, something meaningful. That's the main, I think that's what I'm getting from this quote by Dexter Jeter, where he says that there may be people who have more talent than you, but there's no excuse for anyone to work harder than you do. Now, if the person, the servant with the 1 talent that was given to him, if he had put more effort, and if he had made good use of it, if he had worked hard, at least it would double more than the 1.
Yes, at least he could have doubled what he had.
Yes, he would have doubled it, many times.
Yes.
Now, what
Maybe
this quote is saying is
there's no like you're saying, there's no substitute for hard work.
Yes, there's
no substitute for hard work.
There's no shortcut.
There's no shortcut. And you see, when you keep at something, you talked about consistency, and you see that consistency is what a lot of us don't have in this time. We are not patient. We are not consistent enough because we are after quick results. Do you understand? We want quick results. Look at what's happening in our time. It's not people. You no longer get people do some kind of job. Everybody wants quick fees. We want quick success. So you see, there's no consistency. But when you go back to study, you see that people who are consistent in whatever they do, no matter the little, they keep progressing, they keep growing. And over time, you see them, they become very successful at it. They become a reference point. And when you look at a lot of successful men, you know, when you ask them, they will tell you that they've been in this business for a long period of time. There's always that business that they so cherish, where they started from. And a number of times, you see that business keep on thriving while they begin to expand to other things, speaking to consistency. And that's another key word for hard work. When you're consistent in it, when you're hardworking, there is no excuse, there's no bounds. You must come out successful.
All right, thank you very much. So please, as we go about our day today, let us keep this quote coming from Derek Jeter that says, "There is no excuse for your talent, but instead there should be no excuse for anyone to work harder than you do." So as we go about, let's keep this thought in mind that we should not compare our talent, but instead compare our efforts. Now you say this person, we have the same talent, why does he have two heads? Well, actually look at what the person is doing, look at how hard the person is working, and also try to emulate that habit of working hard. Like Mr. Oche rightfully said, about the people that wake up early in the morning by 5, go to their shop thinking it's what the Baba gave them, but instead it's the consistency, it's the resilience, it's the perseverance, the discipline they went through every day in seeing to it that they wake up by 5, go to their shops, and also come back, being the last people to come back from their workplace. Now, let us not compare our talents with others, but rather compare our efforts with the efforts that they are using. And also let us make the day to outwork our excuses, and also give our best in whatever we do. And also please try to stay motivated, stay focused, and let hard work be our signature. And also let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on our social platforms like Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Or you can call our phone number 070-3043-7110. We'll be right back after the break.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now let's take a look at weather across major cities in the southeast today. I'll be starting today's weather from Oka. At first light, it will be a bit cloudy with temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius by 6 a.m. As the morning progresses, the haze lifts slightly, and later you'll see hazy sunshine with the mercury climbing to 24 degrees Celsius. By late morning, expect warm, hazy sunshine topping around 29 degrees Celsius.
And over to Enugu, your day begins under mostly cloudy skies with temperatures around 21 to 22 degrees Celsius in the early hours. By 7 a.m., it will still be quite overcast, but steadily warming. Between 9 a.m. and noon, the cloud covering thins out. Expect partly to mostly sunny skies, and the temperature will rise quickly to 28 to 31 degrees Celsius.
And in Abakaliki, the day starts with clear to slightly cloudy skies and a mild 22 to 23 degrees Celsius by early morning. As the morning progresses, clouds begin to build, but sunshine still peeks through, warming things to 25 degrees Celsius or more. By late morning, things turn partly sunny with temperatures reaching 30 to 32 degrees Celsius.
And over to Owerri. Early in the morning, skies will be mostly clear or slightly cloudy with around 22 degrees Celsius. From 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., clouds become more frequent, but there is still enough sun to warm things up to 26 degrees Celsius by mid-morning. By late morning, it's intermittent sunshine, and the temperature climbs to 30 degrees Celsius or so.
And lastly, in Umahia, the morning kicks off with cloudy skies and a cool 22 degrees Celsius around 6 to 7 a.m. Later in the morning, the clouds persist but begin to thin, and the temperature moves up to 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. And by mid-morning, expect intermittent clouds and sunshine with the heat building to 30 degrees Celsius. For the midday stretch, wearable layers work well, something light under a jacket or long shirts that you can remove when it warms up.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay safe, Stay cool, dress light, keep your umbrella handy. But do remember that rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back with more updates. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
The Arena with Chris Anibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to The Arena with Chris Anibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us. The Arena with Chris Anibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to The Arena with Chris Anibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines across major newspapers today in the Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and the Guardian newspaper.
And joining us for the analysis of these key updates on newspaper headlines is our guest Chris Anibogo. Mr. Chris.
Yes, Mr. Uche, it's a pleasure being here. Deborah, good morning.
I hope you rested very well.
Thank you. Very well, very well.
You enjoying the weather?
Yeah, weather is super cool, except that I'm still expecting it to take full force.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now to the headlines. On the Nation headline, we have Tinubu orders manhunt for abductors, rescue of 25 people. And on the Punch headline says mass abduction return, 145 missing in 4 days. Still on the Punch headline says Tinubu calls for corruption-free judiciary at judges' conference. And in the Vanguard headline says how bandits kidnap 25 Kebbi school students. Still on the Vanguard says tension in Enugu community as Governor Bar's kinsmen protest alleged military invasion. And then on the Guardian headline says declining food prices, firmer Naira pull inflation to 15% national target. Now First paper for today coming from the Nation headline that says Tinubu orders manhunt for abductors, rescue of 25 people. President Bola Tinubu has directed security agencies to immediately locate and rescue 25 students abducted from the government girls' comprehensive school in Maga, Kebbi State. Authorities say the gunmen broke into the school early Monday, killing the vice principal in the attack. A coordinated response is underway. Military and police forces are combining forest and nearby escape routes in hopes of safely bringing the girls home.
All right, Mr. Chris.
Yes, brother.
In 2014 to 2015, it was Chibok girls, 276 female students were taken by Boko Haram. Today, in 2025, is Maga in Danko Wasagu, local government area of Kebbi State, where we are told 25 students have been abducted, and then a vice principal killed while trying to shield these very students. And then, when you look at the news all around, we are told that about 145 persons have been abducted between Kebbi, Katsina, and other states just in 4 days. Are we returning to pre-2015 amidst the call by the U.S. that there is serious insecurity in Nigeria, and these issues continue to take newspaper headlines?
My brother Osai, it's a worrisome call, worrisome development, and I must have to join millions of persons out there to actually commiserate with the community, the families of the victims, and the state government in Kebbi, as well as Nigeria as a society over these developments. Is actually a very sad, worrisome development. This is something that should not make any Nigerian go to sleep, whether you're directly involved or whether you are indirectly involved, or whether you're not even feeling affected in the first place. You know, it is said that once an eye cries, the second one sheds tears as well. So what affects one should affect the other. It's actually a pity that we are returning back, we are going back rather to the days of mass abductions, especially of school children. We're not just talking about school children here. We're talking about girls. I mean, young girls. You know, anything that befalls the woman, I tell you, the entire nation is affected, because it is said that if you educate a woman, you've educated the whole nation. You understand? So when something of this nature befalls the little girls, then we all are affected, because it's our future. These are our future, you know. And worrisomely too is the fact that this has consistently repeated over the years. It has consistently repeated over the years. In the first place, I don't know if Nigeria as a country has any defensive strategy. Now, if you watch what is going on, it begins to look like it's the strategy of the terrorists, of the bandits. But first and foremost, have we been able to even differentiate between terrorism, banditry, kidnapping? Or are they all not the same? You know, some people abduct people for ransom purposes. You pay money and you are let go. Yeah. Someone that just came, they just come to kill and maim. So I don't know if we've been able to draw the thin line between terrorism, banditry. Who are the bandits? What really do they want? Why are they always after Nigeria? So we've not really sat down to do a holistic review of the whole problem befalling Nigeria since 2014. We decided to give Boko Haram the meaning of Boko Haram, that Western education is wrong, or whatever we decided to call it. But that's not what they call themselves. These guys told us that what they are after, their mission is what? For crying out loud. You must have to embrace their religion. You must have to embrace their beliefs, their practices. And if you say no, then what it simply means is that you are an enemy and you'll be targeted. Osai, have you taken time to observe their strategy, their modus operandi? When the nation seemed to be at peace, these guys will strike. Now, I see what they do as an act of distraction. Distraction in the sense that there is an ongoing illegal mining in Nigeria. Illegal mining activities is hugely and heavily taking place in Nigeria by foreign nationals. These people have come into Nigeria and they are cutting away our natural resources illegally. So the moment we feel we are at peace, when they feel that attention will be concentrated on where they are, on their location, on these sites, what they simply do is you see bandits striking. So that attention will now move towards what has happened. And then, whereas illegal mining activities goes on. This is economic sabotage. And I wonder why the Nigerian government is treating these issues like with kids' gloves. Now it has happened in Dapchi, it has happened in Chibok, it has now happened in Kebbi State. And the target is always schoolgirls, all the time, schoolgirls. Why are they after these girls? Sometimes they trade them off as wives. Yes. Sometimes they just use them as pawns in the hands of these bandits and terrorists. Sometimes they even sell them off. So why have Nigeria not taken time to sit down and say, okay, how do we protect the school environment, especially where we have girls who are on campus, who are on board the boarding schools? If their target has always been schools for mass abductions, Osai, the Northwest has about 6 or 7 states now? Northwest should be about 6 or 7 states. What has the various governors of these states, before we talk about the national government, what has the sub-national governments in this geographical zone done with their security vote? Or are we just politicizing this insecurity crisis? Because the more attack you get, is the higher your security vote becomes. So are we pampering these things, politicizing it, romancing it, so that we could keep getting money? If the various governors of these various states in the Northwest are able to come together, pull their security votes together, for crying out loud, can't we employ the strategy of technology in governing this or governed spaces, especially the school environments where we have our students on board campuses? Because that's happening in Kebbi now. Nobody knows the next place that will come under attack. Nobody knows who will become victimized next. So it just happens, and our policing strategy, Osai, is reactionary. We are never, ever ready for preventive measures. The responsibility of every government is to protect the life and businesses, the properties of her citizens, not to react. Each time we keep getting statements from presidency, from government appointees when such incidences happen, we are condemning it in strong words. You're condemning by words. That's not what we're expecting from the government. We expect the government to give us protection. I am not a security expert, but the best I know about these things is, if something of this nature happens, can we have our security men cordon off that area within the next 72 hours? How are they living? Are they going to be taken away by trucks? If they are going to go by trucks, they'll go by road. Do we have a map of this area? If the abductees or the victims are going to be taken by foot, it means they're going to walk some distances. So let's give a 72-hour, search, chase. They wouldn't have gone far a distance. Within 72 hours, cordon off the area. Don't we have helicopters? And we go after them with our men. But then we treat these things with kid gloves. It begins to look like we are pampering these guys, we are romancing the situation, baby feeding them, making it look like it's a child's play. And then Donald Trump comes telling us that he's going to come after these people, he's going to come on intervention, he's going to come striking. And what do? We simply begin to see like a religious war. Also, I look at the government, look at the country that came defending Nigeria the moment Donald Trump released his statement. China. Do you know you have the Chinese? Let's tell ourselves the truth. Do you know you have the Chinese nationals in Nigeria?
We do.
Illegally mining our resources. Do you know you have the Koreans in Nigeria? Illegally, and they're even into cybercrime.
Allegedly.
No. We begin to see Nigerian government begin to repatriate some of them in recent times. Okay. In their numbers. They are here dealing on cybercrime activities. Yes. Why are they here? Why was China quick to come to the defense of Nigeria the moment Donald Trump spoke? Because they know that whatever nefarious activities they carry out here will be disrupted.
All right, Mr. Chris.
It's just so annoying. No parents should go home sleeping, whether you're directly affected or not. These things are young girls. God knows what's going to befall them. Leah Shahebi is not back home after how many years? And we're here talking about religious up and down and nothing.
Now, Mr. Chris, would you say that there's a heightened insecurity in Nigeria since Trump brought awareness to the religious killings and insecurity in Nigeria?
Yes, of course. You can see what has happened. Within 4 days, over 140 persons abducted. Look at a military general who was abducted by the ISWAP group. They just murdered the man the other day.
Okay.
And I don't know if what they are doing is trying to dare Donald Trump over his threats. Well, the last time I checked, Trump is not a man who says something and he goes back on it. We may look at it as threat, but I think it's high time Nigerian government reaches out to the United States government to come for help.
Is it time to put boots on ground?
Yes, of course. You know, I said it here yesterday.
Well,
we need these boots on ground.
Security experts will not agree with you on this regard, because a lot of persons have cited that as a violation of Nigerian sovereignty as a republic and as a country, or with its sovereignty and allowing another country to put boots on ground. However, they've called for collaboration in areas of machinery and information gathering as well, to be able to, decimate these terrorists.
Osai, the last time I checked, I'm a student of politics. What is sovereignty? If not your ability to protect your territorial integrity from external aggression and from internal insurrection. As it is now, Nigeria is under the threat. Well, let me not use the word annihilation here, but we're under serious threat. Look at the neighbors we have around us from the Sahel region. Look at Chad. Look at them. These are dangerous neighbors. They see Nigeria as a milk cow where they will come to benefit. Don't be surprised that some politicians in these neighboring countries sponsor their youth, because they know when they come here, they make money. They make money and they go back home to celebrate the bounties, to enjoy the bounties. So when they're in lack, they come, they strike, they go back to enjoy it. I don't even understand my point. Right. So we need to hit hard. You see what United States is suffering in the hands of her neighbors, especially when you look at that the American continent. You see Southern America, the likes of Mexico, Venezuela. But you see what Trump is doing with them now. If he sees any ship on board any sea around the United States territory, he tags you an enemy because you're bringing in substances that he says they are illegal. He doesn't need them in his country anymore. He doesn't need these drugs anymore. So he strikes. So any country surrounded by the kind of neighbors we have, Osai, you will not sleep. For instance, look at our border. We have up to, let me say up to 2,000 border points. Out of these 2,000, it's just about 80 points that are manned by personnel. Now, if we're saying the border is too wide to be walled, Donald Trump started walling the border between him and his neighbors. If we say the resources to wall our borders will be too enormous, okay, let's start with the strategy of walling. Wherever our resources get up to in walling, we stop there. We continue with technology, with camera system. Wherever the technology stops, then we cannot bring in our personnel, our boots to be on ground. But that's not what Nigeria is doing. We're not talking about 2027. We're not talking about people decamping from one political party to join in the center. That's the language. This is 2025. 2027 is like 2 years ahead. And we're already campaigning about 2 years politics. I don't know who did this to us, but it's time we wake up. It's just time we wake up, Osai. Because I am beginning to imagine what the parents of these girls should be going through now, the trauma.
Chris, yes, granted. But speaking to the issue of sovereignty, a lot of arguments has been posited that wherever the American boots get to, they never recover from the crisis of insecurity. For example, Libya has been cited, Afghanistan has been cited as well, and look at Iran, and these are the fears. But can't we speak to security being on the exclusive list and lack of will of the leadership of this nation to, confront these challenges head-on?
Well, if it's about the fears of America intervention, maybe leading to likely invasion, taking over, like I said yesterday on this show, yes, we understand that part of the American foreign policy objective in most of the times will always be towards channel towards a regime change. But Nigerian government is not at war with the American government here, aside. The case of Libya, you cited, the case of Afghanistan, we understand there is always the case of two superpower nations trying to jostle over who controls the resources of these other nations. So America always wants to protect its own interests in that place. The likes of Russia want to protect their high interests in such places. But here in Nigeria, that is not the situation. It's not the situation at all. We're just suffering from the activities of negative elements, of evil interests, who are just interested in our little resources. They inject insecurity here so that they could begin to... Do you know, shockingly, sorry I'm derailing, but shockingly, in Enugu State here, I, for one, never knew that there were some illegal mining activities taking place in Enugu State until Peter Mbah came into office. I never learned that there were some mining activities taking place in Enugu until the man came on board, and the next thing we saw was that he discovered that there were some illegal mining activities with the coal in Enugu here. And he had to stop it. To the point that we even heard that these guys came bargaining with the government on how much they should pay the government so that the government will stay away from the sites. And the government said, no, we have to know who you are, what you are doing, and how much you're getting from whatever mining activity you're doing. So, these things, we have to figure out who the real enemies of Nigeria are. Our neighbors are no longer our friends. It is time Nigeria changed her foreign national objective, her foreign policy objective, I beg your pardon, because we've always placed Nigeria as the big brother of Africa. After Nigerian national interest, the next interest to be protected by Nigeria is African interest. But this time around, can we change our foreign policy objective to be Nigeria first and all? If we cannot secure our lives, protect our resources, then we're just doomed for it.
All right, very well said. Baby.
All right, now moving over to our next paper, coming from the Punch headline that says Tinubu calls for corruption-free judiciary at Judges Conference. Speaking at the 2025 All Nigerian Judges Conference in Abuja, President Tinubu delivered a firm message to the nation's judges: justice must never be for sale. The president urged members of the bench to uphold the highest standard of integrity, warning that corruption in the judiciary poses one of the greatest threats to democracy. According to the president, a compromised judiciary loses its moral authority, and without public trust, even the soundest judgment becomes meaningless. Mr. Oji.
Yes, you know, when it's good that this is coming from Mr. President
Very,
himself.
I feel like applauding it.
This issue cannot be overemphasized. The fact that we need a judiciary that it has its integrity intact, a judiciary that is fearless, that knows its role in the Constitution, a judiciary that speaks unambiguously, that doesn't need Michael West dictionary for you to interpret their judgment. The fact can be overemphasized. And then kudos to Mr. President for the courage to speak to these judges, looking them in the face. But Mr. Chris, do you think this whole talk would make a difference?
Osai, you and I are Nigerians. We are adults. These are rhetorics. Mr. President has just come to deliver an assignment, talking to the judges. Now the question is, yes, he has told the judges that the judiciary needs not be compromised if democracy and integrity must be sustained. But the question, Osai, is who is responsible if the judiciary is compromised? Who? Is it not the politicians? Yes. It is now the court that decides who governs the land. It's no longer the people. Power has shifted from the people to the courts. Now, at the end of every election, it is now we go to court, let the court now decide and tell us who we actually voted for. People vote, but the court will now declare the winner. INEC declare results, but the court will declare winner. So it is the politicians. For crying out loud, Mr. President, it is not enough for you to address the judges, admonish them. We know this thing. These are just mere rhetorics. It is time for us to begin to implement. Let's put actions to words. If the president is really, really serious with what he's telling the judiciary, Osai, must we have the executive be responsible for the appointment of judges? Must the president appoint the, what's the position? The highest position in the legal, that's the,
Attorney General?
apart from the Attorney General now, the, what am I doing
The
here?
Supreme Court judges?
Supreme Court judges, the highest judicial office.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chief Judge of the Federation?
The Chief Judge of the Federation, or Chief Justice of the Federation. So must the president appoint who becomes that person? Must the state governors appoint who becomes the chief judges in their states? Why can't we have an independent body? What is the NJC doing? The National Judicial Council. What is their duty? Can't they appoint who takes over as judges in the states at the national level? Must the politician, the executive arm, be responsible? He who pays the piper, the takes the tune. There is no way I will appoint into an office and I go into an election and you come to declare results against me that I've lost. No, now, come on, let's tell ourselves the truth. So what Mr. President I just told the judges, for me, is just mere rhetoric. It just ends there. It's just like when you call people to a workshop in a hall, we speak all the grammars and we leave. And people get their stipend, they take their tea break and they leave, they go home. So that's just what I see the president doing. But it's good enough it's coming from him to the judges. Apart from appointments of judges, what about financial autonomy and independence of the judiciary? Who pays the judiciary? Where's their money coming from? The executive is responsible for the payment, for the salaries of the judicial workers. So until we make the judiciary independent, the judges, their hands are tied. But unfortunately, it has never been like this with that sector. We remember the days of Justice Puta, the days of Justice Nnamani, great judicial officers who were men of integrity. We remember the days when neighboring countries will come to hire our judges from Nigeria to come and adjudicate laws in their own land for them. Yes, because judiciary happens to be the last hope of the common man, of the entire society. And when the judiciary becomes compromised, then that's the last line of defense for democratic survival of any clime. So I hope the judges will listen to Mr. President, and I hope Mr. President will also open up the space. Let's make our judicial sector very, very independent. The people need to have assurances that when you go to the courts, that justice will not be delayed so that it will not be denied, because justice delayed is denied. We need to sanitize the judicial sector. We need to introduce digitalization into the system. Enough of these physical case files moving from hand to hand. Can't we make use of technology in our judicial processes, for crying out loud?
Mr. Chris.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chris, can we bring this home? You know, recently we saw judgments, court orders, and speaking to the PDP convention that we just witnessed,
okay,
we saw the High Court in Abuja of James Omotosho giving a judgment. We saw a counter order coming from a High Court in Oyo State. And then, on the same issue, we saw the Court of Justice Lifao giving another order. These orders coming from different
conflicting judgments.
Yes. What do we say to this? And this should be more worrisome to Nigerians, to the politicians themselves.
It's an abuse. Osai, have you observed, you are a journalist, have you observed that there are certain caliber of personality in Nigeria that you know that once they approach a particular court, they must get judgment favoring them? Well, I don't know if you understand what I mean. There are certain politicians in Nigeria. Once you have their case coming in a particular court, you already know what the judgment, the ruling is going to be, the outcome. Why? You know, these persons, we've known them over time. They've been buying cars for judges. They've been building houses for judges. And when I buy a car for you and I build a house for you and I have a court case, Osai, for crying out loud, we're all human beings. Any man could be broken. You know, every man has a point of being broken. My friend Jack Bauer, in his movies, Prison Break, says, every man has a breaking point. Except you don't discover the breaking point of a man, then he begins to prove that he's a superhero. These men are human beings. They are men. So when I buy you a car and I build you a house,
Chris,
I rest my
what
case.
really changed? That's the question.
What
because
really
we had
changed?
the era of Nick Toby.
Mm.
We had the era of Justice
Oputa.
like you cited.
Nnamani.
These were men who looked the military
Justice
in the face.
Uwais, a whole
They looked
lot
the
of
military
them.
in the face,
Mm.
and they gave their judgments. Their rulings were unambiguous, very clear. They set the nation straight. And the question is, what changed?
That thing that changed with the judiciary is the same thing that changed in your own profession, the fourth estate of the realm.
And what's that?
The press. You want me to say what really changed?
Go ahead.
Because we know the days of the military. It took bold, courageous journalists to look the military in the face, and they will put up their write-ups. They will put up the articles against the military. It took the media courage and boldness to look the colonial masters in the face, and they told them it's time for our independence in this country. And the colonial war masters, they left us. The military boys, they left us and went back to the barracks. Now is the days of the civilian people in government, and then we have judiciary dancing to the tunes of politicians. We have the media being compromised. Politicians are just going to be held responsible.
All right.
Money is exchanging hands. And it's not just exchanging hands in little sums. I mean in huge sums or size.
All right. If we may sum, we will say that courage is in short supply
Very short supply.
Nigeria at the moment.
Very short supply.
Maybe.
All right.
Very short
Thank you
supply.
very much for that. Now we're moving over to our last paper of today, coming from the Guardian headline that says declining food prices, firmer naira pull inflation, 15% national target. Now Guardian headline is reporting that there's good economic news. Inflation in Nigeria appears to be easing according to recent data. Food inflation also declined thanks to lower prices for staple items like maize, beans, millet, and tomatoes. The naira strengthening is helping to supporting this downward pressure on prices. Analysts suggest this disinflation trend could continue, bringing Nigeria closer to its 15% inflation target, though they warn there are still risks ahead.
All right. We are told that inflation rate is dropping, and the firmer naira or strong naira is pulling inflation down in Nigeria down to the 15% target by the government. But I may want to align my thinking with someone that just said in the past, now statistics will go chop, right? So what comforts me here is that I am hearing that the price of food, staple food like rice, is coming down. The price of beans is coming down. These are the things that we want to hear. Chris, I don't know if you align with me that no be statistics will go chop.
You've said it all, my brother.
The food price is coming down. What's your take on this?
You've said it all. Nothing much to say much about this. The government feeds on data. I think that's what they feed on, even though we know we are dataless in this society of ours. They don't really have data. Osai, what is the population of Nigeria? If you really want to believe on data system. The last time we did our national population census, God knows how many decades ago, we just begin to assume we are over 200 million Nigerians. Where is the data indicating that we're over 200 million? Out of this 200 million population, how many of us are into poverty? How many persons are unschooled? If really we want to live on data. But now we are quick to reeling out these data figures on inflation. Well, kudos to the economic team of Mr. President. They are doing real good with these things. But as you said, brother, can this metamorphose into reality for the common man? My poor old mother in the village doesn't know what is called inflation. She doesn't know what it means to say 15% inflation. Yes, it's our national target. But then what does it really mean? If my salary at the end of the month cannot afford to pay my house rent, can't afford to pay my children's school fees, can't afford me to feed my family of 4, then it means this 15% inflation target by the federal government is just merely data on the papers. Now we begin to hear that the national government has spent over billions on social, what do they call it again? Social, can you bring me that word? I wouldn't want to use the word investment. Social distribution of, resources. You know, this thing, they begin to send money to people, people they say they are vulnerable. But the question is, who are these people? How did we get to the point of knowing that these ones are really vulnerable ones? My mother has not gotten anything from the federal government. She's vulnerable. She's in the village. So if we don't have a social register indicating who is a Nigerian, where are you? If you are in the southeast Nigeria, where are you in the southeast Nigeria? What is your occupation? How much do you earn a day? All these things are just mere paperwork. But for the government, I think they need it to kind of suit their ego. You understand? Because they said it's their target to place our inflation rate on at a 15%. Sometimes they even tell you, we met it at this percentage when we took over government, and we are trying to pull it down to this level. All we are saying in Nigeria is, let the food prices crash down. Kudos to the government also, because now I think I go to the market. I don't know about your side, but I visit the market from time to time. My Gary seller, who used to sell a pint of Gary to me at 3,500, 3,600, sold to me the other day at a 900 and then at another time 1,000. Yes, I must have to make that open confession. So if it has crashed from 3,000 and above to between 900 and 1,000 naira a pint of Gary, then I think I now want to begin to understand this 15% inflation pulling down. But I don't want to hinge it on firmer naira control. Aside, the naira when exposed to the dollar is too weak. The government must begin to subsidize on our naira. Naira is a weaker currency when exposed to the dollar in the international market. So the two cannot even compete. They don't have a meeting point. So the moment the president came and said, we are opening up the naira against the dollar, we are stopping every subsidization. Every government subsidizes on something for its citizens. If we stop subsidizing on fuel, please, let's subsidize on our currency to boost the naira against the dollar. But again, food security is another thing. By the time the farmers are able to go to the farm, cultivate, bring their harvest home to the market, by the time they have accessible roads linking their farmlands to the markets, what else is there? By the time they are sure that they go to the farm and they don't die in the farms. Again, is the issue of fertilizer distribution. The farmers need tractors. In Enugu now, we heard that the government in Enugu has actually brought in up to 1,000 tractors to distribute to farmers. These incentives are what we are talking about, so that we can be sure we can feed ourselves before we even begin to talk about exporting our foods. But kudos to the government if actually the figure and data they are giving us is their target and they are achieving it.
All right, very well said, Mr. Chris. And it's good to know that your Gary seller in the market is beginning to give you better
I must have to give you her number. You have to patronize her.
And then this is where I align with our president. No be that I will go chop.
At all.
We want to see the prices of food keep coming down. Let it be stabilized at an affordable rate. Let the common man in Nigeria be able to go to the market and be able to afford staple foods in Nigeria. Yes, against the 15% backdrop, but more could be achieved. In as much as we congratulate the government for their efforts in this regard, but I will always conclude with the saying of our president, no be that I will go chop. Whenever we go to the market, like Mr. Chris has said, let the price of Gary come down below 900, below the 1,000 mark. Is achievable, talking about food security, which is quite important. And then, moving over to the other issues of security in Nigeria, yes, we sympathize with the families of these victims. It cannot be, you know, like you did mention, the hardship these families are undergoing as a result of this. And this is where I put on my glass again and I tell our government that you are failing, because the primary responsibility of every government is to secure life and property. That cannot be overemphasized. And in this regard, the government is failing. That's the truth. I replace my glass again and close my eyes to speak to the government directly, that until they do something concerning security in Nigeria, which is the primary function of every government, then they are failing in this regard. Like we did say, our actions shouldn't be reactionary, rather preemptive. This is where we engage our intelligence network to see that such occurrences never happen again. One too many. It happened in Chibok. Today, we are talking about MAGA. Where next? We do not know. Government please stand up to your duties. And then moving over to the issue of judiciary. Yes, the judicial autonomy cannot be overemphasized. Like our guest did say, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. And it's time, if Mr. President means every word that he has spoken to the judiciary during this moment of retreat, then it's time that we begin to speak about judicial autonomy. Let the judiciary, as an arm of government, be able to present its own budget to the National Assembly, devoid from that of the executive. Let the Nigerian Judicial Council be able to appoint qualified individuals to various judicial positions in the country, and until then, we can begin to speak to a fearless, upright, and efficient judiciary. Deborah.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris, for your in-depth
Thank you
knowledge
very much.
on today's newspaper review. And that's a wrap on today's newspaper review on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Don't forget you can grab physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the e-paper online. We'll be right back.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now today we'll taking a look at our celebration for today. We have two celebrations for today, being 18th November 2025. And the first celebration we have, or observance we have, is the World Day for the Prevention of and Healing from Child Sexual Exploitation, Abuse and Violence. Now, World Day for the Prevention of and Healing from Child Sexual Exploitation, Abuse and Violence, observed every year on 18th November, is a global call to protect the dignity, safety and rights of every child. Established by the United Nations, this day shines a light on one of the most damaging and hidden forms of violence affecting millions of children worldwide. Its purpose is in twofold: to prevent abuse from it happens, and also to support the healing of survivors who carry emotional and psychological scars long into adulthood. And this global observance reminds governments, communities, families and individuals that protecting children is a collective responsibility. And beyond awareness, 18th November encourages meaningful action, and by observing this day, the world recommits to creating safer spaces for children and standing with survivors on the journey towards healing and hope. Now, our next observance for today is the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Men, known as IDEVAM. Now, this day was proposed and adopted by DAVIA, which is the Domestic Abuse and Violence International Alliance, which was founded in 2022. It's observed on November 18th, and the goal is to raise awareness about domestic violence and abuse against men, challenging the stereotype that only women are victims. Advocates argue that male victims often lack support services and public recognition. And in past campaigns, the day has featured press conferences, educational materials, and also calls for better policy protections. Now, men faces ranges of domestic abuse, including physical, emotional, psychological, and financial abuse, as well as controlling behavior. There's also verbal abuse or verbal emotional abuse, which can include constant yelling, insult, threats, or when comparing men to their fellow men. And as we all know in the world today, in the society, men are often seen as people that need to be strong, people that need to be courageous, people that need to stand no matter what. And then, like this statement always says, be a man, always be a man. Now this actually can come in form of abuse. Now trying to belittle that man, trying to make him have a low emotional or low self-esteem. Now these ways are the ways which men can also be bullied, not only physically but also domestically. And also, in as much as this day is not yet recognized by the United Nations and international uptake is still limited. So that's all for today's celebration or observance on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Do not forget to follow us across social media feeds on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, X, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. That's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Religion. Religion wears many names, but in its deepest form is not in rituals. It is in love. True faith is not louder than others. It listens. It breaks bread with strangers and weeps with the broken. We are not defined by the places we kneel, but by the way we rise and reach for each other. The prophets came not to divide, but to remind us that all paths to God must pass through kindness. So, let our prayers not end in temples. Let them begin in how we live, in the warmth we give, and in the bridges we build beyond belief. I am Chidimi Kemede, and we are on the street today again. Concerning the high cost of food items and the other essentials in the market, including high cost of transportation, we want to hear from Nigerians and Enugu State residents how they feel about this situation and some of the things that they want the government to do in order to alleviate this burden.
Well, the high cost of living is really affecting everyone in Nigeria. For me, I think the major cause of it is this insecurity in Nigeria, because so many farmers are ready to farm. Many people are ready to farm, but because of insecurity, people are afraid to go to farm. So, and I think that is what is causing shortage of foodstuffs and making the available ones to be high in cost. So if government should work on insecurity, so many people are ready to farm. So many youths who are unemployed, they are ready to farm. Even if government can equally work on mechanizing farm, so many youth will embrace farming. And it will go a long way in making food to be surplus, and it will crash the price. It will even help us to export to other neighboring countries.
This country, everybody now they hustle to eat no problem. And the way the country will be now, just God just help us for this country to hit problem. Everything now the Christmas is coming back now. No money to buy food, to buy everything. They are living to make the help us to this food, make food coming down. Our strength for this Enugu, no problem. To pay our strength now, wala. School fees, everything. When just government just help us. Everybody they suffer. Somebody there everywhere.
Actually, I would not say the inflation in Nigeria is being caused by individual. I would say that everything that is happening in this country is the cost of the country we are living into. And I will not say again is the cost of is being caused by commoners. It's caused by government because the government is not regulating what we have. Because if government is controlling what the farmer is getting and they're regulating the market prices, I don't believe the inflation will be bigger than deflation. You know, so
the cost of living is actually very high, and especially cost of other things. But in terms of food items, especially during this period, is not that high due to the fact that some farmers are bringing inputs from villages, like mostly like pepper, garri, rice is a little cheap as of now. Although in terms of other, let me say some kind of electronics and other things that are being imported, but those ones are high in terms of the cost of the prices.
Everybody know that economy is bad, even the children. Even the one they had in the tummy know that economy is bad. So we are even applying to federal government to help us to know what we are doing now. We don't even see anything to eat. Like me, I'm here. I have 2 children. To take care of them is a problem. Even their school fees is a problem. So I don't know how the federal government will help us to improve the economy. Even the food, to buy food is very... This thing that's Christmas is coming now. I'm thinking about how I will settle my children this Christmas. How I will buy the things for them. There's no money for rice. There's no money for their clothes. And all of them is my neck hanging. Mommy buy this, mommy buy this. But there's no money. There's no money.
What I think the government should do is there should be government should recruit people, teach people how to produce basic things, basic technological things like, let me say, engine, like chairs, metals, like casting, basic casting, like things that are basic technology things, so that all those things are being imported, we'll be able to produce it on our own. Like it should be common. It shouldn't be something that only bigger company will be able to produce it. It should be something that when somebody maybe graduate from secondary school, does a little enrollment, should be able to produce all those basic things that we normally import, not like phones, machine engines, like so those basic things. I think if we start producing it on our own, it becomes cheap. Just like in farm inputs now and things that I harvest is a little cheap as of now because we are producing it on our own. But apart from agriculture, there are several things we don't produce on our own apart from agriculture.
If governments with their kind hearts, people really knows, will come to understand the mind of the commoners and knows the individual differences, go to the markets, leaks things that they will start regulating in the market, because I believe that it's not everything in the market that will regulate, but there's some things that is vital that they will come to regulate. I believe things will normalize.
Residents said that the high cost of food items, transportation and other essentials are taking a toll on them, and they want government to intervene quickly. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV. Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
The Arena with Chris and Ibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to The Arena with Chris and Ibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
The Fourth Enugu Catholic Diocesan Synod has officially opened at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, drawing a distinguished gathering of political leaders, clergy, and lay faithful to reflect on the life, mission, and growth of the Church in the diocese. Declaring the Synod open, the Catholic Bishop of Enugu Diocese, Most Reverend Callisto Sonaga, highlighted its significance not only to the local church, but also to the wider Catholic community. He expressed gratitude to all participants and noted that the week-long event running from November 16 to 22 is aimed at addressing emerging challenges and deepening the spiritual life of the faithful. Bishop Onaga explained that a synod serves as an ecumenical assembly, providing the bishop with counsel on matters of faith, morals, discipline, and mission. He traced the diocese history, recalling that the first Enugu Diocesan Synod was convened by the late Bishop Michael Eneja in 1983. He identified critical issues currently before the Church, including the influence of social media and artificial intelligence, youth empowerment, burial practices, and the enduring Osu and Ohu caste concerns, expressing hope that deliberations would yield lasting solutions.
It is believed that the first diocesan synod took place in France in AD 578. And it was Benedict XIV in his the Synodo Diocesana published 1748 who gave a definitive fixation of the diocesan synod in the canonical doctrine of the Church. And the current legislation concerning the diocesan synod is contained in the Code of Canon Law, Canons 460 to 468. My dear brothers and sisters, we thank God that we are now gathered here for the opening ceremony of the Fourth Synod of our diocese, centered on faith and practice in Enugu Diocese. 12 years have passed since the last synod in 2013. New questions, challenges concerning our faith abound. But that is not to say that we do not have enormous reasons to say thanks to God for his blessings on this diocese since inception or creation. First and foremost, we are grateful to God for the progress of the work of evangelization in our diocese since its creation in 1962. It may not look very important, but it is important for us, for you to know that the Enugu Diocese is among, I think, if not the only diocese where you have 3 bishops operating. 3 operating. It's not easy. 3. How the emeritus bishop, I think we are the only one. I don't know if there's any other one. We have Bishop Obodo, media close associate, and my humble self. As I said, Bishop Buji will still conduct and will give a talk in this very synod. Has clocked 94 years. So it's not like he's there, just there. No, he's working. So that's why we are 4 working. 4 of us working. We have 531 priests in this diocese. 531 priests. There are dioceses that don't have up to 50. 531 priests. Working tirelessly to spread the good news of salvation, both here and beyond the diocese. Many are overseas already working, already missionaries in a sense. And in fact, by the grace of God, the number of priests in this diocese will increase by 14 next Saturday. So add it to the number you have already. This is by God gives life, in the next 6 months, I'll be 17 years a bishop in this place. So 17 years a bishop. So when I say I'm enjoying the support of priests, I know what I'm saying. I'm not pretending. You may have 1 or 2 exceptions that make the rule. You know, 1 or 2 exceptions. Maybe Shibaka. I'm a boy, Chichikwa house, so youth empowerment. We gave scholarship, just the last batch of scholarship to Veritas University some 3 years ago. And we had to pay a particular amount for them to go and do a particular graduate course. My dear brothers and sisters, they went and changed their courses and toppled the whole money maybe 3 times. We are not ashamed to be the first, we have always been. So you can see the trend moving. Yes, I see the trend moving. It's moving. And the sacrifices go on that way. They have made enormous, they burnt candles at night and toiled in the day in order to see that the events of this day and the days to come will be successful. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. I thank them so much. They've worked so hard to do this.
Very Reverend Father Professor Christian Aneke, Chairman of the Synod Planning Committee, explained that the 4th Synod was convoked after a prayerful reflection and wide consultations 10 years after the 3rd Synod. He described the gathering as an opportunity to open new doors of hope for the Church mission while examining rapid social changes affecting faith and practice.
The 1st Synod of our diocese gives us the opportunity to reflect on our practice of faith, inspiring awareness of the opportunities and challenges we face today in practicing the Catholic faith.
Presentations at the Synod covered catechesis, holistic education, responsible digital technology use, and the formation of priesthood candidates. Cardinal Peter Aneke, Catholic Bishop of Ekulobia Diocese, in a paper on holistic education, urged intensified pastoral support for catechism instructors and those drifting from the faith. He emphasized catechesis that prioritizes understanding over rote learning and consistent moral instruction across all schools. Dr. Chinedu Chibozo, Director of ICT at Godfrey Okoye University, addressed artificial intelligence and social media, highlighting the need for the Church to harness digital tools responsibly. He encouraged the sharing of prayers, homilies, and teachings online to reach wider audiences while safeguarding the personal nature of evangelization. The 4th Enugu Diocesan Synod marks a significant milestone in the spiritual and administrative journey of the diocese by tackling contemporary challenges and embracing emerging opportunities. The Synod aims to strengthen faith, foster unity, and enhance the church mission in the years ahead. Dignitaries in attendance included former Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Mrs. Cecilia Ezilo, member seminarians, knights and ladies, the laity, and delegates from other Christian denominations under the Christian Association of Nigeria. Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Religion. Religion wears many names, but in its deepest form is not in rituals. It is in love. True faith is not louder than others. It listens. It breaks bread with strangers and weeps with the broken. We are not defined by the places we kneel, but by the way we rise and reach for each other. The prophets came not to divide, but to remind us that all paths to God must pass through kindness. So, let our prayers not end in temples. Let them begin in how we live, in the warmth we give, and in the bridges we build beyond belief. I am Chidimi Kemede, and we are on the street today again concerning the high cost of food items and the other essentials in the market, including high cost of transportation. We want to hear from Nigerians and Enugu State residents how they feel about this situation and some of the things that they want the government to do in order to alleviate this burden.
Well, the high cost of living is really affecting everyone in Nigeria. For me, I think the major cause of it is this insecurity in Nigeria, because so many farmers are ready to farm. Many people are ready to farm, but because of insecurity, people are afraid to go to farm. So, and I think that is what is causing shortage of foodstuffs and making the available ones to be high in cost. So if government should work on insecurity, so many people are ready to farm. So many youths who are unemployed, they are ready to farm. Even if government can equally work on mechanizing farm, so many youth will embrace farming. And it will go a long way in making food to be surplus, and it will crash the price. It will even help us to export to other neighboring countries.
This country, everybody now they also to eat na problem, and the way the country will be now, just God just help us for this country to hit problem. Everything now the Christmas is coming back now, no money to buy food, to buy everything. They are living to make it help us to this food, make food coming down. Our strength for this Enugu na problem to pay our strength now na wala. School fees, everything. We just government just help us. Everybody they suffer. Somebody there everywhere.
Actually, I would not say the inflation in Nigeria is being caused by individual. I would say that everything that is happening in this country is the cost of the country we are living into. I will not say again is the cost of is being caused by commoners. It's caused by government, because the government is not regulating what we have. Because if government is controlling what the farmer is getting and they're regulating the market prices, I don't believe the inflation will be bigger than deflection. You know, so
the cost of living is actually very high, and especially cost of other things. But in terms of food items, especially during this period, is not that high, due to the fact that some farmers are bringing inputs from villages, like mostly like pepper, Gari rice is a little cheap as of now. Although in terms of other, let me say some kind of electronics and other things that are being imported, but those ones are high in terms of the cost of the prices.
Everybody know that economy is bad. Even the children, even the one they had in the tummy know that economy is bad. So we are even applying to federal government to help us to know what we are doing now. We don't even see anything to eat. Like me, I'm here. I have 2 children. To take care of them is problem. Even their school fees is problem. So I don't know how the federal government will help us to improve the economy. Even the food, to buy food is very, this thing that's Christmas is coming now. I'm thinking about how I will settle my children this Christmas. How I will buy the things for them. There's no money for rice. There's no money for their clothes. And all of them is at my neck, hanging. Mommy buy this, mommy buy this. But there's no money. There's no money.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we extract habits of issues that help in shaping our nation. And today, we are conversing with Dr. Chuks Roni, with special focus on education in Nigeria. Today, we examine the true state of Nigerian education. The data is sobering. We see chronic underfunding, incessant strike actions, a massive shortage of qualified teachers, an infrastructural deficit that simply cannot support 21st century learning. We must acknowledge government efforts, but the current system is not working for the majority of our children. Stay with us as Dr. Olachi Chuks Roni give us deep insight on education in Nigeria. Doctor, it's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Olachi Chuks Roni is the Regional Coordinator, Southern Nigeria Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. She is a mentor, a coach, a counselor, a marriage counselor, and a pastor. And yes, Doctor, you can see I'm excited to finally have you on this, to have you at Aneke TV and on The Insight.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, we are discussing education.
Yeah.
But first, before I go on with the questions, I want to get your view about the state of education in Nigeria.
Okay. I don't think anybody needs to be educated any further than what the eyes can see. Again, looking at the rating of our universities and perhaps other educational institutions, we know that our status has gone really bad. I don't think any one Nigerian university comes within the first to 500 or 1,000 universities across.
No.
So if we can get to the point of sending our children to Cotonou here to go to university, and within other African sub-regions where the countries were much better off many years ago, you can see the state of decay. So it's really something to worry about.
Yes, very worrisome, Doctor. But let me, come back to the basics.
Yes.
I'm looking at the federal government of Nigeria and the 22 states combined allocation, talking about budgeting, you understand? We were told that about 6.13 trillion, representing 9.27% of total budget, still falls far below UNESCO and World Bank. For UNESCO, that should be 26%. And for World Bank is 20 to 30%. And then our budgeting falls below the benchmark for education spending. And I want to ask, what impact might this relatively low education budget funding have on the ability of the Nigerian educational sector to deliver basic and secondary education to Nigerians?
Okay, the consistent low budgeting and funding to education is responsible for what we are seeing now.
Okay.
So I think successive governments have failed to pay attention to budgeting in education. And then the World Bank and the UNICEF and UNESCO, as you've said it, didn't mince words in the recommendations they made. And it's something that is supposed to happen consistently over time in terms of the budgeting. But our governments are more or less looking at quick wins. You know, education is an investment on the intellectuality of the average human being. And each government has approximately 4 to 8 years to stay. So within those periods, they wouldn't be seeing some of the dividends they can attribute to themselves as what they have achieved. So because of that, less attention is paid to that. They are looking at gigantic projects that they can put names to, legacy projects, so to say, what they will refer to as what they did before they left government. And because of that, budget into education. It has even gotten better. A few states within the Southeast, I don't need to mention names, have really tried to up their game in that, and they've continued to do that, because investment in education is a holistic thing. When we were doing some development interventions, focus was paid to the basic education, which is from nursery to junior secondary school. Yes. But now you also know that the universities are also suffering. So it should be a holistic approach all the way. So that once they finish from the basic and go to senior secondary, the next place to go is either the university or vocational schools where they can learn some skills. All of these things require deliberate planning and deliberate focusing, which unfortunately...
Deliberate planning,
yes.
Deliberate focusing,
yes.
Which unfortunately is lacking in this climate.
Yes.
All right. Doc, can we then link the low educational funding to the high rates or high number of out-of-school children in Nigeria?
Definitely, and not only that, even poor performance. Look at how we have downgraded our pass marks so far. I know that in the past, the very first time I sat JAMB, when I left secondary school, and I scored 264, I won't forget. I didn't get admission within the first one. And to my father, I had failed with 264. Eventually, when I gained admission, I scored 316. But these days, they are struggling to give pass mark of 180, 160. 180 is not a pass mark because it's not even within the average, but that's what we have found ourselves in. So the low level to which education has fallen has also affected even the output in the long run.
You know, somewhere along this conversation, I was going to ask if you wrote JAB, you know, but I will still get to it. Okay. Yes, definitely, I will still get to it. But Doctor, still focusing on the issue of out-of-school children, you know, as a nation, it's becoming a concerning issue that the number of out-of-school children, despite education being free in Nigeria, we are told that the numbers are so high that Nigeria alone accounts for about 15% of global out-of-school population. Okay. You know, and then the reports has it that the out-of-school children in Nigeria alone accounts for about 10.5 million and over 18 million children, ranging from 5 years to 14 years. Just Nigeria alone, Doctor?
There are lots of factors to this. One is Nigeria's population.
Okay.
Then other countries that have, I think Nigeria used to rank 5th highest populated country in the world. So out of other countries that have high population like China, Japan, India, the United States, they've all moved on in development trajectory. But Nigeria has remained where it is. Then looking at some socio-cultural factors that have limited us. Again, while Nigeria is planning and the population is growing, we are not taking into cognizance the population growth so that planning can match the increase in population. So that is why if you take a ratio of number of schools to children, you find that there are some communities that don't have any primary school at all. So children have to trek to neighboring communities to go to school. It has been shown several in the television where children are learning under mango trees. Somehow are within a classroom, no chairs, some no roof over their heads. One was featured when children were learning and rain was falling on them. And then looking at the ratio of teachers to the pupils even, how are the teachers in Nigeria being taken care of? How are they being treated? They go on strike like every other person. But I remember when we were small, the people that used to be respected in those days were teachers. And they weren't even that later. It's not all of them that went to
in
the
Enugu
university.
State,
They
like their
finished secondary school,
counterparts,
went to teachers training, come out and begin to teach. And they were so very well respected. Those that used to call Onyenkuzi a teacher. And then they are all both male and female. So these are some of the dynamics that have gotten us to where we are today.
All right. Doc, sorry, I want to ask, from your experience, is it not time we declare a state of emergency on education in Nigeria, especially basic education? Because now you're talking, you mentioned lack of infrastructure.
Absolutely.
Where in this time, we still have children learning under the tree.
Declaring a state of emergency is an understatement. But I want to throw the question back to you.
Okay.
How many sectors have the country declared an emergency, a state of emergency, and it came to something? Sometimes I feel it's all talk and no action. For there to be a state of emergency, certain indices have got to be in place. If the states will give themselves matching orders that there are no budgets, I'm happy for Enugu state government. Their budget into education exceeded even the World Bank and the UNESCO recommendation. I think they went up to 30 or 32 if I'm right. And they've been investing in all sectors of education. So it would be a good thing if the federal government and the state government deem it fit to
University
declare
of
a
Lagos
state
was
of
founded in
emergency,
1962.
but
That's
there should
14
already be
years
a
after
plan
University of
in
Ibadan.
place
Creative
and a
students,
strategy
photographers,
for implementing the
filmmakers,
plan
artists, bloggers,
over a
musicians,
period of say 20 or 30 years, because it's not something that can happen overnight. You know, whilst we are talking, you mentioned that education is free in Nigeria. Is it really free? Because they will declare
That's our policy.
free and compulsory education from primary to junior secondary. But parents still find themselves paying some things, giving one name or the other, and they still pay, even those who cannot afford it. Even registering for WAEC alone is so expensive that some families cannot afford to register, and their children cannot sit for West African School Certificate examination.
Yeah,
so,
very well said. You know, I was going to, ask for your advice. I know, and I was told, and through my research, I discovered that you're a developmental expert as well.
Yes.
I was going to, I know that it has to be paid for, but I was going to ask what you would recommend to Nigerian government as a solution to this issue of, one, out-of-school children, then issue of underfunding and lack of infrastructure. Because now you've told me that in Nigeria it's all about rhetorics.
Yes.
Even if we declare a state of emergency, it could be rhetorics. You understand? So I'm asking, what can we do? What would you advise? Let's just without paying for that, because let's just get a tip.
Okay, there are a number of things that could be done.
Yes.
The starting point is to have the records. We do not invest in data. Some of these data that we are throwing out, we don't even know how they were all thrown out. Let the government do a complete and holistic review of the status of education in Nigeria as at today. That indices will tell them where the numbers are high, what are the reasons why they are like that. You also remember I mentioned the issue of our social cultural factors. It is not news that some of those figures are coming from the northern part of Nigeria. The question is why? Again, a lot of those numbers are coming from girls who could not go to school again in the same part of the country due to those socio-cultural and religious factors. If the governors of these states can sit down and begin to look at what they need to do to shove the numbers. For instance, in the southern part of Nigeria, boy-to-girl ratio in education is almost at par. In some places, you find even the girls outnumbering the boys at some point, but it's not the same within the northern. So there has to be huge investment by both the federal government, the state governments, and the local governments, especially in northern Nigeria, because that's where the huge figures are coming from. And then put some policies in place that make it compulsory in terms of, after all, the age of maturity in Nigeria is 18. That if, for instance, no girl child should be married without finishing secondary school, it becomes a law. So you find out before they get to 18, or within that 18 bracket, they would have finished secondary school. Then they are free to marry. Why will a girl child get married much earlier than 18, drops out of school? Then what kind of mother is she going to be? So if her children end up not going to school, it's not a big deal, because she herself didn't get to have that level of education as well. And then the ripple over effect we continue to see. So if we have this deliberate plan and policy and put square pegs in square holes, that's another thing. You don't go and carry...
Please, just to cut you short a bit, you talk about putting square pegs in
square
holes.
Yes.
Please, if you wouldn't mind, can you elaborate a little bit so that the people we are speaking to can get these policies?
Yes. One of the challenges we have in Nigeria is, for instance, when a new government comes on stream and names of these members of the State Executive Council are submitted to the House, they are not submitted with their portfolios. So the scrutiny is just general. But if you are appointing a minister or a commissioner for education, for instance, and you see the person's CV or citation reflecting experience in that sector, it becomes easier to hold me accountable for whatever happens within the sector. But when you go and take an agric extension specialist and make him Minister for Education or Commissioner for Education, what would you expect? Experience matters in everything you do. That expertise, even the long-term planning we are talking about, it wouldn't be by just anyhow person. People in the academia who have an understanding of what it takes to run the educational sector should all be brought together as a think tank group to begin to churn out some of these policies that will help to improve education in Nigeria, with the government being ready to put forth their money too, because it's in the concurrent list, so the local government, the state, and the federal government all contribute to that. If you can have that understanding of making sure that those minimal contributions are made, I'm sure we'll be on our way to coming out of the doldrum.
Yeah, I wish they'll be able to pay for this advice, and because I know people, they pay to consult you to give such advice. But thank you very much. Then moving forward, I want to bring on the issue of how do you view government's policy or intention to introduce vocation, or what we call handwork, into the school curriculum in Nigeria?
Very beautiful. Even I hear that even in the NYSC now they are doing it. You wouldn't leave camp without a skill. So Anambra State government is doing it on a general note. One youth, 2 skills. You can never beat a skill. Everybody must not have university education. It is our attention to paper qualification that has also contributed in getting us to where we are at now. Everybody wants to carry a certificate. And then because of that, even when you leave university, you're not thinking beyond carrying your certificate and looking for jobs. Yes. Some people will say, hold me, a graduate for that matter. They hold you, but you are not worth anything. Even the certificate you're carrying is not worth anything. So vocational education is one of the ways to go. If you recall, when the British came to Nigeria and then introduced education, they all started and initiated vocational schools as well, like the GTC that we have in Enugu. There's so many people graduated through there. Before they left secondary school, they are either auto mechanics or plumbers or all kind of skill. They go with it. So that if you come out and you do not have the brain to continue to go to university, you can have a skill and you start working on. These days, plumbers are difficult to find. Anyone you see is a very old hand who has not imbibed modern ways of plumbing. So you find out we are still having a challenge in that in so many areas. The easiest thing they do is to go and buy keke and pep and start riding. Riding keke is not a skill. But when you build a skill, that skill remains with you. And then people will come and learn under you. And then you'll be churning out several other people that have the skills like you. And then we'll be the better for it. Ordinary medicine will now go to Cotonou here to bring them to come and plumbing will go to Cotonou. You can't find Nigerian youth willing to invest in a skill that will help them. So if the federal government will introduce it, running parallel to the normal education, that is good. It's not that we will waive these other ones and ensure, but everyone has got to have a skill that you can be held accountable for.
All right, Doctor, I want to veer off a little bit because while you were speaking, something came into my mind.
Yes.
You're conversant with the apprenticeship system in Igbo, the apprenticeship system in Igbo land.
Yes.
Why is it difficult for government to inculcate that into the education system? For example, where I, Uche Osai, will be attached to Dr. Olachi Roni to learn the things you do, like counseling, as part of my curriculum in school, that before I graduate, another Dr. Olachiruni is replicated.
Yes.
Why is it difficult for Nigeria to copy this system? Because I am told and I see that it's being celebrated even in Harvard.
Yes.
There are articles supporting that. But Nigeria, where the Igbos are, is not imbibed, is not inculcated into the curriculum.
I don't think they really do have a full understanding of how it works. No, it's something that the Igbos have done, and it has remained within the Igbo circle. But it's just like you mentioned, Harvard, who have understudied it and seen it as a good thing to do. A few other people are coming up and trying to do that, but it's still within the private sector. If government can make it a national issue, it will go a long way. Maybe part of what they had in mind in starting the National Directorate of Employment, that was part of it, but they've not taken it beyond that level. It should be expanded to incorporate the apprenticeship scheme and other skills that people can learn. And then so people will have a wide variety of opportunities and places they can pick up skills.
All right, moving on, ma. I want to bring your attention. You're well-traveled. You're
Yes.
very well-read. Now, there's this government policy reversal, and then speaking to scrapping of the national policy that mandated the use of indigenous language as the medium of instruction in schools. Let me give context to this. There is a policy as introduced around 2022 in Nigeria that required that people from early childhood education to primary schools in Nigeria are taught in their mother tongue, for communities, in communities, and with the aim of preserving, one, the indigenous language, and as a way of improving early learning. But recently, government has scrapped that policy. Do you agree to this?
Okay.
No.
There are several contexts to that in terms of the scrapping. Maybe government have seen that it's not working, and that's why they did the scrapping. I'll give us some instances. English language is supposed to be our lingua franca. Then that is the common language that binds all of us together because we are from different ethnic nationalities. Ordinarily, and then Nigerians are allowed to live in any part of the country that they desire. Then coming down to the family. How many families these days teach their children in their indigenous language? So even if they are taught, perhaps you're from the southeast and you're living in Kaduna, and the general language that Kaduna is known for is Hausa, and then you're Igbo. So even if they are speaking Igbo to you at home, when you go to school and they speak Hausa, it becomes a problem if you don't make yourself able to learn. So the easiest and commonest language with which they can learn is English. They look at it again conversely. There are certain subjects which you cannot find the local language for. For instance, if you're teaching physics, how do you talk about atom and atomic bomb and all of those things that have connotation in English? If we develop our own indigenous or expand our indigenous languages, it may become a lot easier for people to learn. Perhaps that's the reason, one of the reasons why children are failing. If you look at language courses in exams, a child who is a Yoruba, at home they speak Yoruba, he comes to school, they are teaching him Igbo. There is no way he's going to learn it. So they're always failing languages in school. Maybe these are things they have looked at and felt, for now, we are not ripe enough for it. One of the starters will be to ensure that parents bring up their children at home in their local language. So that children learn. If you have a child of 6 years and you're speaking your Igbo to the child, from the East, and the child is telling you, I don't speak Igbo, I don't understand Igbo. And the parents are Igbo, mother, father are Igbo. You also look at the issue of intermarriages, interethnic marriage. An Urobo man comes to marry a Yoruba person. The Yoruba person doesn't understand Urobo. The Urobo person doesn't understand Yoruba, and they have a child. What will be the medium of communication? Which language will the child speak?
Nigerian Pidgin English.
Which is not internationally accepted.
Yes.
So these are some of the drawbacks to all of this. Maybe the withdrawal of the policy may not be like to infinity. They want to go back to the drawing board and perhaps re-examine how that can work before they bring it back.
Okay. You know, while you were talking, I was previously going to make the argument against government argument that those that studied with indigenous language end up failing exams like WAEC, NECO, and JAM. They do not do well in English comprehension and all that. But I was going to make an argument. And when you said, you thought about teaching atom, like in physics and others, I was going to make the argument, is it not time that we develop these subjects with indigenous language, that could be easier? Like when you're teaching me atom in my language, Igbo, it may be difficult for me to forget that, and I can relate with it more than English. And I want to make this argument against the background that when you go to Chinese, they use Chinese language to teach physics.
Yes. So, now, even at that, really, come to think of it, we are our own problems. In Chinese, you're born a Chinese and you're taught in Chinese at home before you go to school. How many parents teach their children their indigenous language? That is the starting point of the failure we are talking about. Children no longer understand their language. Even if they do, it's just at the periphery. I remember when I went to the US, I spent a couple of months there with my cousin. All the attempts they made, they speak Igbo to their children. They understand all that they say, but they cannot speak it. But the important thing is that they understand, but they are not able to. When they make an attempt to speak, you will laugh because they're... So it's like that. If they're coming down home here, it's basically the same thing. People don't speak their language to their children. So, but they forget that their primary language is that their native tongue, which they have to learn. So when they go to school, definitely they will still learn English. So I think we need to start from our homes, letting parents know the implications of what we are doing. Because in the nearest future, some languages may become extinct because parents no longer speak them to their children. Okay. Even for us, our native language, how fluently do we read in them? Let's just be honest. We can speak, but to read and to write may be a problem.
Should we blame the government or the family for that?
It's the family first. That's where it starts.
But given the economic conditions that we have in Nigeria, you have a lot of parents going out in the morning to go fend for the family. Absolutely. And they send us to school to learn these things.
Those days, they were also going out.
Okay.
And then all these things were happening. We are finding a convenient excuse not to do the right things.
All right. Doc, this is where I am going to ask you. That question you answered, then you were talking about JAMB. And I said I was going to ask, did you write JAMB in your time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was it this way?
No.
It wasn't this way. I'm asking this question because a lot of people have made the argument that it's time we scrap JAMB. Given that nearly 380,000 children, or let me say candidates this time around, were forced to retake the exam, this past exam. And we'll talk about glitches, we'll talk about unreliable scores, and over 70% of candidates scoring below 200 marks. Then, when we state this, we look at the fact that after writing JAMB, these students are meant to go again and write post-UME exams.
I thought that one has been scrapped.
But some schools still do. Yes.
So that means maybe they do not have confidence in the efficacy of JAMB. But I will tell you this. One of the major challenges we face is that we do not test a process before we run with it. That sitting JAMB, computer-based JAMB, should have been tested over time. And then it should have been rolled out gradually. You cannot compare a child growing up in the city to a child who has grown up in the village, who does not, most of the time, does not have electricity. So, and then business centers where you can learn the computer is not available. So then you use the same size to fit all. No, it should have been a gradual rollout until every child, did they make computer science or computer studies compulsory in schools? The answer is no. How many schools in community, even in the city, have computer lab where children can go to learn, apart from some private schools? Even if you, when I offered computer science as an elective, as a general course in the university, but I never sat on any computer until I sat it in the exam. It was all theory. So how do children learn like that? So we don't test a process. It's a good decision to make, but is Nigeria right for it? That's the thing. And I want to also agree with those who may feel that that's part of the reasons why people are failing JAMB the way they are. So it's something that they need to think about again. In terms of scrubbing JAMB, that may not be right at this point in time because of the kind of things that we do in Nigeria. It's about who you know. A child who scores higher will not get admission because the father knows somebody, and a child who scored higher, nobody can go and speak for you and all of that. But there are many private schools now in Nigeria which are making up for the shortfalls that you see JAMB several times over before you gain admission. Yes.
But unfortunately, a lot of Nigerians can't even afford those private institutions.
That's right, yeah, that's right. But when the children of the rich or well-to-do move out and go there, it creates room for the others in the public schools.
Then, even higher education is no longer as affordable as it used to be.
Yeah.
And anyway, before I get that, I was going to ask, what was the experience like writing JAMB those days?
Okay,
yes.
No, we all studied. Like I said, it was, I recall my very first JAMB, I had 256, and I didn't get admission. I wanted to study mass communication. By the way, that was the first thing I read, so it is a familiar terrain. Yeah, so, but I didn't get admission in the amongst the first people to be, so I had to wait for supplementary admissions to be. Even though I had supplementary, didn't get to me eventually. They were cutting off 280, 293 something for certain levels of courses then, you know. So sometimes people settled for less than what they would have wanted because of not making up eating up with JAMB.
But would you say that the system there was more sanitized than what we're witnessing now?
Yeah, people paid attention to studying and education. These days, children don't read. They are buried in phones and computers and watching video games and all of that. That time, we studied. My father practically followed. If you have the weak pass in an exam, he will come and look at your paper, see mathematics, see English. If you don't score very high in those ones, he say you should repeat a class. You passed though, but he forced you to repeat a class.
All right.
Because as far as it's concerned. But these days, parents themselves are going to buy scores for their children. So how do you compare the two?
All right. Yeah. Doc, on that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll look at the university system in Nigeria.
Okay.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter who sorts is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. All right, thank you for staying with us on The Insight, and we've been discussing with Dr. Olalachi Chuksroni, Regional Coordinator, Southern Nigeria Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. She's equally a mentor, a coach, a counselor, and a marriage counselor as well, and she is equally a pastor. And today we're having conversation with special focus on education in Nigeria. Dr. Olalachi, Yes, we were talking about the system, you know, we're saying now parents go to procure scores for their children.
Yes.
And I'm really asking, what has happened? Is it a moral decay in the society, or that we no longer trust the system enough where it becomes survival of the fittest for parents to now be involved in such polling scenario where they no longer encourage the children to read but procure scores for them?
Yeah, I think the number one thing there on the radar is the fall in morality. Our moral compass, in fact, when you even don't give money to get admission for your children, people will be wondering which planet you dwell in. Throughout my school days until I went to the university, it was something that was strange for your parent to go and pay money to get admission for you. It was a no-no. And even when I was in the university, all these handout things that people would pay for, what lecturers did was just simply to recommend textbooks for you. Then if your parents can afford, you go and buy. Sometimes we used to go and borrow textbooks from our lecturers to be able to photocopy and read and all. But these days, the lecturers themselves are also making their own money by doing, preparing their handouts, and then people are paying. Even class reps to join in making the money. The lecturer says the handout is 5,000, you add 1,000 on top and be making. So everywhere, people are trying to extort one person or the other. It's just the moral decadence in the society. And it's going to get worse because our standards have dropped, really. We've dropped the ball in terms of standard for measuring.
Dr. Olachi, can I play a little bit of the devil's advocate here?
Okay.
Can I attribute all this decadence and droppings in quality to the economy, poor economy that we have in Nigeria, that people are fighting for survival?
Well, I think I've thought about it before, and I actually wondered, is it really about poor economy? In those days when we were small, the economy of a lot of parents was poor too. Many of us grew up in "face me, I slap you." That's what my husband used to call it. Environment where parents with 5 children are living in 1 room or 2 rooms. Everybody's struggling to make a living, yet there were standards of morality expected of everyone. So if people could still stay sane those days, it's because we put money first now. So that's why everybody is shouting, even the economy. I do understand really that the economy has gone bad. But from time, there are people who grew up within that environment, but they were still sane. They didn't go out of their way to the board. What do we have now? People are into all sorts of, including those who are ruling us. Everybody's cheating one way or the other. So what do you expect?
All right, let me return back to the conversation.
Okay.
Let me get your experience while you were in the university and from what you've seen happening. For example, the amount you paid. I suppose you attended a federal university if you did attend in Nigeria, because I know that at your time, the private universities were not a thing. They were not a thing then. Now, I'm asking you your experience from what you paid as school fees, as hostel fees, compared to what's happening now and the experience then. Would you compare the quality to what perhaps you have seen or your children have told you or you hear from the news?
And I'm paying too because I have a child in the university.
All right.
In fact, I still remember because I'm somebody that keeps records. All the receipts of school fees payment from first year to final year, I still have them. So I schooled at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. And when I was...
Whoa, you're a lioness.
Yes, I am.
Let me give a shout out to our institution.
Great lioness.
All right.
Yes. So I had, my fee then was, accommodation was 110 naira. School fees was 90 naira.
Wow.
So on the whole, I paid 200 naira.
Wow.
Until I finished.
Doc, do you know, I pride myself in paying the highest amount I paid as school fees and accommodation was 14,000 naira. And here I'm hearing
110 accommodation.
It keeps getting worse.
900 for school fees. So 200 naira put together. Wow. Until I graduated.
Wow.
In 1995.
Wow. It's getting far worse.
Yes, it's
because
getting. But again, compare the value of money. Then 200 naira then is like 200,000 now.
Okay.
So if people are paying 150, 200, it's basically about the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about recently. Nigerian universities, like you did mention where we were talking, none of the Nigerian universities were able to scale. They were ranked way lower. None of them came in between the 500 mark of universities in the world global ranking, and it becomes quite worrisome. Does it bother you?
Of course, I do get bothered. Because if you look at some of the developed countries, none of them has ever dropped the ball on their standard. When you talk about the US, you mentioned Harvard, you mentioned MIT, and all the rest. When you come to the UK, you mentioned Oxford, you mentioned Cambridge, you mentioned University College London. Their standards are still the same after hundreds and hundreds of years. You ask yourself why. But our own, it's even almost some of the private schools that people are paying through their noses that are trying to come up to certain standards. And if you look at those private schools, it's either established by some foreigners who want to maintain their certain standard. And all of us are also moving in droves, sending our children to other places to go and study. So it's really worrisome.
Very worrisome, yes, because the more worrisome that the federal universities in Nigeria don't even make the mark.
Exactly.
And I want to ask, if you can lend your voice to the issue of incessant strikes in Nigerian universities, is it an issue, and how can we, I know I'm coming again, asking for your opinion, that should be paid for, but what can we actually do to see that this issue of incessant strike is deleted from our system?
If you look at the Nigerian scenario, there are certain categories of people that we should not joke with. They include teachers, doctors. But here, the reverse is the case. People in government or in politics, in National Assembly, some of whom are not literate enough, are smiling home every month with millions. A university professor, Professor Emeritus, all of them are going home with less than $500,000. So how do you make the comparison? People who are teaching in primary school overseas are well respected and they are well paid. And for a program of 4 years, I did it in 6 years, almost 6 years, because of incessant strike. Sometimes we are home for 5 months, we are home for 6 months, we are home for 4 months until you graduate, because they've not taken time to pay attention to this category of people that need attention to be paid to. And then the universities are left to rot. Populations have expanded. And then we didn't expand the infrastructure. The same thing I said earlier about not taking into cognizance the growing population. So when you build a school initially, maybe it started with a total population of 800. Now some schools have up to 15,000 students with the same facilities. Some of them go to university from the home. But when we were in the university, they say if you pass through the university should pass through you. Yes. But when you're going to university from home, you're not a part of the system. There's a difference between those who went to the university living on campuses and those who went from their homes. These are some of the challenges they were faced with, but people in government do not pay attention to these things.
Okay. You know, a number of times we'll talk about funding, which is very, very necessary for our education sector. But, you know, speaking to this ranking now, do you look at the quality of research from our institutions, the innovations from our institutions? They are on the decline. Should we equally attribute this to low funding? Because this is one of the reasons they give for at least the 2025 global ratings of Nigerian universities not making the mark in this year.
Some of them that do get involved in research is through international funding. Hardly do they receive funding locally. I told you we don't invest in research, we don't invest in data, we're not interested. Other people will come from the outside and conduct forensic research or whatever in every area we need to be able to get the required data for planning. So sometimes I wonder, on what basis do we plan in Nigeria? Every year we bring out budget, we do a plan. What is the basis for that budget? Did we do any research to be able to come up what the needs assessments are, to be able to budget money to meet with them? The answer is no. So that's why things are still the way they are. We are not putting enough funding to the universities.
All right. Doc, are you conversant with the word JAPA?
Yes. Very.
Does this have serious impact on the quality of our education?
It already has, because we're experiencing brain drain. A lot of people are going away in search of greener pastures. Even within Africa too, they prefer to go to Africa, where other African countries that are paying attention to them. I really, if sometimes I just ask myself, if I can close my eyes and open it, and then all the monies that have been stashed away in foreign bank accounts are brought back to Nigeria, how far we could have gone, where we would have been. Nigeria would have been the what. In fact, sometimes it really makes me want to weep. So it's when one individual cuts away so much money, you really wonder, what are you doing? You can only sleep in one bed, you can only drive in one car, you can only live so long. If God is so merciful, you live up to 150 years, you will die. What happens to all those monies you've snatched away? The children you snatched away money for, who never worked for it, they won't have value for it, so they will simply squander it. At the end, nobody is better for it. So the earlier we learn to just work, in fact, I don't know when our moral compass will change. My prayer is that it does change at some time in the future.
And funny enough, the people that stack away this money don't want to live abroad. They always live here, and they visit and come back.
Yeah, because they can't face the hard. Those countries are really hard. They're not as easy as, if you see what our brothers who live here and go there, how they suffer. Some of them push carts in shops and all. Meanwhile, if there were things we are working here, they should be top in the top echelon of certain ministries and parastatals or businesses. But because the people have chosen to develop their own place, so we go to read from where it has developed, and then we come back to impoverish our people.
All right. Doc, I hope what I'm about to do doesn't put me in your back book, because, I'm quite out. Yes, and I can't help myself but ask. I know we're supposed to just talk education, but this is a point where I break the rule, and I break rules a lot. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I want to ask, as a woman, a wife, a mother, in public life, what has that experience been, and how were you able to do it? Please, oblige me, please.
Okay, no, it's important that I say it, because it may help some other people who have found themselves. One thing I can say for myself is this sort of a unity and harmony that I have with my husband. So my job that I do is also his job. His job is also mine. So we are so integrated and interwoven. And when the children started coming, they became an integral part of it. I was also blessed by virtue of where I work. There are some incentives for married women. For instance, if you're a nursing mother and you have a child, you're permitted to travel with your child and nanny until the child is 2, all expense paid. So it made it easier for you to be able to be available. And the maternity leave we had was 6 months, fully paid. If after 6 months you need more, you can take, but you may have half salary then. So you can actually be on maternity leave for up to a year and all of that. So those things enable one to be able to recalibrate your life and be able to work together. And when you have the opportunity, you go on vacation with the children. Yeah, we do not have money to travel, and we go to the village during the long vacation. That's when I take my annual leave, and my husband takes his, and then we travel with the children just to be able to blend. So all of those things have really worked for us. Everything is about planning. If you understand how to plan your life, it makes things easier for you. I know it's not easy. Ministry is also there. So you're distributing your life amongst all of this. And then once you have an understanding with your spouse, it becomes easier to work together.
All right. You're talking about a supporting husband.
Yes.
But, Dr. Lachi, in a male-dominated world as a development expert, how did you conquer this terrain? Like, I want the girl child who will happen on this program to get something. Because it's not every day you see women excelling in the man's world.
What I always say when I have the opportunity is, we were all in class with them, and we were dusting them. Throughout my education, from primary school, secondary school, I was best graduating student, first degree, best graduating student, postgraduate, best graduating student. PhD had one of the best thesis and all of that. So if you can accept me going that far, then when it comes into the corporate world, you see me as less of a person. The answer is a no. You go out there, if you know what you're worth and what you have, go and slug it out with the rest of the society. It's not a matter of who is male or who is female. It's a matter of what can you deliver, what can you offer. If you're able to prove what you can offer, then the job will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
All right. Thank you very much. But at this point, that's where I ask for your advice to Nigerian government, to the parents, to the students, and to the girl child.
Okay. Starting from the Nigerian government, let that be a deliberate policy on female education. And then, like I have suggested earlier, if it can be made compulsory that no girl child gets married before 18. So that at least by 18, the way our education is structured is she would already be in the university. If a girl has entered the university, we want to bring her out to marry her off, she will say no. By then she would have known her rights and all of that. So that policy could help make sure that girls are put in school. Then to the parents, as much as possible, try and let your children know that the most important thing in their life when they are still young is education. Let them go to school, get the education. Once you finish doing what you have to do as a parent, then the sky will be their starting point in terms of going ahead with your life. And in the process, you're already teaching them things about life, what they need to do, what they need to pay attention to, so that the character will be built as they're also becoming intellectuals. So they all work together, hand in hand. Which other category of people? The girl child.
The girl child.
I want every girl child to believe in herself. Everybody that is born on earth, God has a plan for us. He said that we are fearfully and wonderfully made. So because he has made us, he created us, he has a plan. Focus on that plan of God for your life. Whatever it is like you like to do. What I always tell, some people ask me, how can I discover where my passion lies? I said, that thing that when they wake you up to go and do, you can do it for free. Follow it, pursue it. Anything you can offer for free, that's where your calling is. Pursue it and you will achieve it.
All right, and that's it for today on The Insight. And we'll be speaking to Dr. Olachi Chuks-Roni, Regional Coordinator, Southern Nigeria Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. She is a mentor, a coach, a counselor, a marriage counselor, and a pastor. Dr. Olachi Chuks-Roni, it's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure too.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And do remember that on The Insight, your views matters. You've listened to Dr. Olachi. What's your view? Let us know what you think about these issues. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Till we come your way same time tomorrow. I am your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Chidimbi Kemede, and we're on the streets today to find out from Nigerians if the ban of sachet alcohol and small bottle alcohol is going to make the youth drink less or is going to make them to go for more expensive wines. Join us.
The ban on sachet alcohol will reduce the rate at which you take alcohol. It will equally help, in keeping the environment neater, because the way they dispose the sachet everywhere, it's not really nice. Being that the sachet is not something that can decompose, it's harmful to the society. So that's on that. So I think really it will help reduce, because first of all, the sachet alcohol is cheaper, so it's affordable to the lowest of the low in the society. But if you reduce that and they have to buy the big one, of course they'll have to save up to be able to buy that big bottle, and it will help discourage the rate at which they take it. Of course it will.
Actually, it will reduce the way they are taking alcohol. Because the way people take alcohol now, because it's in sachet and it's at a lower price. Not that they abandon alcohol, but they abandon the sachet. So maybe the bottle one will be somehow expensive, and not everybody will be able to afford it, unlike that of alcohol. Because most students now buy it and put in their bag. But if it's in bottle, I don't think it will happen like that.
And I don't think that banning sachet alcohol will make our youth to stop taking alcohol. They will resort to other alternative measures, because they must always take alcohol, no matter whatever it costs them. But they will resort to other measures. The only gainful effect is that it will reduce the rate at which the sachet alcohol, those ones in small bottles, are littering our environments and places. It will reduce the rate at which they litter the sachet alcohol with their, they litter the environment with sachet alcohol, and the sachets, when they cast it away, when they throw it away, they litter the whole places with the sachet and the small can of it. But not that it will reduce the rate at which they are taking alcohol. They still resort to other measures, because someone is addicted to someone is addicted to it. And there's something it always does to them when they take it. So they will resort to other measures.
Banning sachet alcohol will help a lot, because most of the youth spend their money on alcohol, and it's not good for the health, actually. Me, I don't take alcohol, so I guess it's good they ban sachet alcohol.
You've just heard from Nigerians about the ban of sachet alcohol and small bottle alcohol in Nigeria, how it's going to affect the youths, whether the youths are going to reduce the quantity of sachet alcohol that they drink, or if they're going to go for the more expensive ones. From the streets of Enugu State, I am Chidimma Ikemede, Aneke TV. Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud, and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine, for in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. And now to the headlines. President Tinubu reaffirms commitment to economic reforms targeted at enhancing youth global competitiveness. Nigerian records 4.8 million tons in annual wheat imports amid security challenges in farming communities. Chief of Army Staff orders sustained day and night operations to rescue 25 abducted Kebbi school girls. NDLEA intercept 1.4 tons of cannabis concealed in abandoned vehicles. Community in Enugu governor's hometown raises alarm over alleged army invasion and planned demolition. Lagos state government commences free statewide HIV and AIDS testing campaign. Now to the details of the news. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says his administration's sweeping economic and institutional reforms remain fundamentally anchored on preparing Nigerian youth to compete globally. Receiving the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Edward, at the State House, the president said the government is intentionally shaping policies that will guarantee young people the education, exposure, and digital access required to strive in a modern economy. Tinubu listed key initiatives, including the newly established Education Loan Fund, aimed at ensuring that no Nigerian student drops out due to financial constraints. He also highlighted the accelerated rollout of fiber optic infrastructure nationwide, which he said is critical to unlocking digital learning, innovation, and job opportunities for millions of young people. According to him, education and technology are the twin tools that will break the cycle of poverty across the country. Prince Edward commended the government's reforms, noting that global institutions have taken positive note on Nigeria's direction. He added that over 300 Nigerian youths will be honored at the Duke of Edinburgh's International Award event in Lagos. Minister of Finance, Wale Edu, also reinforced the demographic argument, stating that with a median age of just 17, Nigeria's future hinges on bold policies that prioritize youth empowerment and opportunities for upward mobility. President Bola Tinubu has called on the judiciary to recommit itself to transparency and ethical discipline, warning that corruption within the justice system threatens Nigeria's democratic survival. Speaking at the opening of the 2025 All-Nigerian Judges Conference in Abuja, he said the country cannot afford a judicial arm that is out of alignment with public trust and constitutional integrity. The president noted that for the judiciary to effectively cleanse society, it must first cleanse itself and adopt higher standards of internal accountability. Tinubu challenged the delegates to address systematic bottlenecks such as prolonged trial delays and barriers that prevent vulnerable citizens from accessing justice. He urged them to design solutions that make the judicial process more responsive and people-centered. The president assured the judiciary of his administration's commitment to comprehensive reforms, including digital court processes, integrated case management systems, and improved welfare for judicial officers. Tinubu reiterated that a courageous, honest judiciary remains indispensable to Nigeria's progress. A constitutional storm is gathering in Anambra State, where a citizen, Okeke Victor Ikechukwu, has dragged the governor, speaker, chief judge, and accountant general to court over alleged violations of judicial financial autonomy. The originating summons filed at the Awka High Court alleged that the judiciary is being treated as an appendage of the other arms of government, contrary to constitutional provisions that guarantee institutional independence. Okeke is asking the court to interpret sections 120, 121, subsection 3, and 270, subsection 2, subsection A, insisting that funds meant for the judiciary should be released directly to the office of the chief judge without executive control. He wants the court to make declaratory orders compelling full autonomy in the budgeting and expenditure process of the judiciary, arguing that the current practice undermines the doctrine of separation of powers. The claimant also presented fundamental questions for judicial interpretation, including whether the judiciary can function independently without direct financial control. Legal observers say the suit could set a precedent for judicial autonomy nationwide, especially given past clashes involving the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, Jusun and attempts by the federal government to enforce compliance. The case has revived national debate on the independence of state judiciaries. The federal government has ordered the suspension of all enforcement activities carried out by the National Institute for Hospitality and Tourism following persistent complaints from operators in the sector. The Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism and the Creative Economy, Hannatu Musawa, approved the suspension after reports of aggressive and unclear compliance actions by NIHOTA officials across several states. According to the minister, the temporary halt is intended to restore order, protect operators' rights, and ensure that the agency's regulatory functions are exercised strictly within the limits of the law. She said this is the second suspension in less than a year after similar allegations in June 2025, where hospitality businesses accused NIHOTA officers of storming their premises, arresting workers, and demanding registration fees. She described such actions as unacceptable. Industrial associations have long argued that the NIHOTA Act 2022 overlaps with the mandate of the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority, creating a confusion and conflict in enforcement. The aim, she said, is to strengthen regulation without suffocating the industry. The Premium Bread Makers Association of Nigeria, PBAN, has raised fresh concerns over the country's alarming dependence on imported wheat, warning that insecurity on farmlands continues to cripple domestic production. Speaking at the association's 2025 Day Out exhibition in Lagos, PBAN President Emmanuel Onora said Nigeria consumes 5.1 million metric tons of wheat annually but produces only about 300,000 tons locally. Onora noted that attacks by bandits, kidnappers and other violent groups have devastated wheat-producing communities, forcing thousands of farmers to abandon their fields. He said insecurity combined with raising operation costs has pushed many bakeries out of business. According to him, more than 40% of bakeries have shut down since the past COVID-19 recession, shrinking PBAN membership from over 100,000 to fewer than 60,000 operators. Despite the challenges, Onora commended recent government interventions, including the removal of the 15% wheat import duty and the elimination of VAT on imported grains. This year's exhibition, he added, was aimed at strengthening the skills of remaining bakers and improving profitability amid the ongoing economic hardship. The Chief of Army Staff, COAS Lieutenant General Waidu Shaibu, has directed troops of Operation Fansan Yama in Kebbi State to intensify their search and rescue mission for 25 abducted students of Government Girls Comprehensive Senior Secondary School, MAGA. The students were kidnapped during a night attack that also claimed the life of the school's vice principal, Malami Hassan Yakubu Makuku. During his visit to the troops, frontline commanders and local security volunteers, the Army chief instructed soldiers to operate round the clock until all the girls are rescued. He warned that the military must demonstrate decisive action, noting that bandits target soft spots because they exploit lapses in surveillance and intelligence. Shaibu urged troops to adopt more aggressive, intelligence-driven strategies in confronting criminal groups. The Army chief also met with traditional rulers and community vigilantes supporting the operation, commending their courage and local knowledge. The abduction has triggered nationwide concerns, prompting the deployment of additional air and ground assets to the affected areas. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has condemned the abduction of 25 female students from Government Girls Comprehensive Senior Secondary School, MAGA, in Kebbi State. In a statement by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Ini Emiomobong, the PDP described the attack and the killing of a vice principal as a renewed reminder of Nigeria's deepening security crisis. Emiomobong expressed sympathy to the parents of the abducted students, the bereaved family of the slain teacher, and the Kebbi State government. He said the incident underscores the need for urgent and decisive action to protect schools nationwide, noting that students in several states, including Nasarawa, Plateau, Kano, and Katsina, have faced similar attacks in recent months. The PDP spokesperson urged the federal government to take full responsibility for securing the country and to intensify efforts to dismantle criminal networks driving the wave of abduction. The House of Representatives has commenced public hearings on a proposal to amend the Nigerian Police Act by mandating that at least 15% of all future police recruits must be women. Speaker Abbas Tajuddin said the reform is crucial to fostering a more inclusive, professional and community-driven policing system capable of addressing contemporary security challenges. Lawmakers noted that female representation in the police force has remained persistently low, especially in senior leadership roles, reducing the force's capacity to handle gender-related crimes such as domestic violence, sexual abuse, and child protection. Research presented to the House suggests that police organizations with higher female participation record fewer incidents of excessive force and enjoy stronger community trust. The amendment bill also seeks to establish a gender-responsive compliance unit to mentor recruitment, training, discipline, and promotions. The federal government has urged public relations officer PROs of the Nigerian Correctional Service NCOs to intensify professional engagement with the media as part of ongoing efforts to build public trust. Controller General of the service, Sylvester Nwakuche, made the call at a 3-day capacity building workshop in Abuja. Nwakuche said effective communication is central to the service's mandate of safe custody, humane treatment, and reformation of offenders. He noted that recent improvements in the NCO's public relations strategy have helped correct long-standing misconceptions about the institution and have strengthened public confidence in its operation. He described the PROs as the frontline ambassadors of the service. The Controller General emphasized that the NCOS is committed to equipping its PRO units with modern tools and resources needed for crisis communication and public engagement. The workshop was organized in partnership with PRAWA, International IDEA, and the European Union, demonstrating the importance of global collaboration in strengthening Nigeria's correctional system. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA in Edo State, has intercepted 2 Toyota Sienna buses loaded with 1,455 kilograms of cannabis sativa. The vehicles were stopped along the Okoho-Ishi community routes, where the traffickers fled after a hot chase, abandoning the cannabis-laden buses. NDLEA State Commander Michelle Ofeyeju said the consignment is believed to have originated from Okpuje, a community notorious for large-scale cannabis cultivation. The first vehicle contained 666 kilograms, while the second carried 789 kilograms of dried weeds suspected to be cannabis. Although no suspect has been arrested, the agency has intensified its effort to track down the traffickers. Ofoyeju reiterated NDLEA's commitment to eliminating drug trafficking networks across the state. He said the seizure underscores the agency's resolve to curb distribution of illicit substances, warning that traffickers will face the full weight of the law once apprehended. The internal crisis within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, escalated on Monday as factional Board of Trustees Chairman, Senator Mao Ohumbunwa, rejected his expulsion from the party. Ohuabunwa, a major ally of the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, described the decisions taken at the recent Ibadan National Convention as illegitimate. He insisted that the gathering was not a lawful party convention, but an informal end-of-year event that lacked legal authority. He further noted that several court orders barring the party from holding any convention are currently pending before the Court of Appeal. The PDP convention in Ibadan had elected Kabiru Turaki as national chairman and Taufik Arapaja as national secretary, while expelling Wike, Ayofayose, Ohuabunwa, and several others over alleged anti-party activities. You're watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Tinubu pledges economic reforms aimed at equipping Nigerian youth with global skills. President Tinubu reaffirms commitment to economic reforms targeted at enhancing youth global skills. Chief of Army Staff orders sustained day and night operations to rescue 25 abducted KB schoolgirls. NDLEA intercepts 1.4 tons of cannabis concealed in abandoned vehicles. And coming up shortly, community in Enugu governor's hometown raises alarm over alleged armed invasion and plant demolition. Lagos State government commences free statewide HIV/AIDS testing campaign. We'll be right back.
In the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the arena with Chris and Ibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
Still on the news, Enugu State Governor Peter Mbah has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to transforming the state into a secure, innovative and productive economy anchored on collaboration with key stakeholders, particularly the church. Speaking at the fourth Enugu Diocesan Synod, he described governance as a responsibility that must promote justice, equity and prosperity. Mbah said Enugu has achieved a remarkable increase in its internally generated revenue, RGR, reporting more than 450% growth without introducing new taxes. The governor also noted that violent crime has dropped by over 80% due to expanded security operations and the tackling of illegal sit-at-home directives. An ICT expert, Mr. Chinedu Chibuzo, has stated that artificial intelligence cannot replace Catholic priests, insisting that technology can only support pastoral work, not perform sacramental duties. Speaking at the 4th Enugu Diocesan Synod, he urged priests to embrace AI as a tool for research, evangelization, and youth engagement, while stressing the need for responsible use of social media. Auxiliary Bishop Ernest Obodo reaffirmed that AI cannot substitute the physical presence of priests, particularly in celebrating the Holy Mass and administering sacraments, noting that virtual exceptions only occurred during the COVID-19 pandemic. Bishop Callistus Onaga identified social media, AI, catechesis, youth challenges, and neo-paganism as major concerns confronting dioceses, despite recorded development progress since the 2013 Synod. Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has urged Nigerians to unite in safeguarding children from sexual exploitation and abuse. Speaking at Abuja at an event marking the 2025 World Day for the Prevention of the Healing from Child Sexual Exploitation and Sexual Abuse, the First Lady said the nation must demonstrate collective resolve in defending its children. She emphasized that child protection must be grounded in evidence-based policy making and accurate data, and that guide effective interventions. According to our stakeholders, from government agencies to traditional and religious leaders, must collaborate to build protective environments where children feel secure and thrive without fear. The Owo community in Nkanu East local government area of Enugu State, the ancestral home of Governor Peter Mbah, has raised alarm over alleged attempts by the Nigerian army to forcefully take over its land. Residents staged a massive protest on Monday, accusing soldiers of marking buildings for demolition and ignoring an existing court order restraining them from entering the land. Community lawyer Iwe Nagungene said the dispute dates back to 2015 when the army first erected billboards and marked structures as belonging to the military. He explained that subsequent investigation by the Senate government, State Assembly and National Assembly found no documentation supporting the army's claims. Traditional ruler Igwe Godwin Okeke Arum lamented that the army has threatened community shrines, the governor's ancestral home, and even his own place. He accused the military operatives of harassment and scaring away investors. The community has appealed to President Bola Tinubu for urgent intervention. The 82 Division spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Olabisi Ayeni, said he would investigate the matter but declined further comment. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELFund, has warned students and the public against falling victim to a fraudulent online message claiming that the student loan registration portal is open. The agency described the circulating link as fake and said it does not represent any official NELFund communication channel. In a post on its verified X handle, the agency urged Nigerians not to click on suspicious links or provide personal data on unverified websites. The agency advised students to remain vigilant and to verify all information directly from NELFund's website and verified social media accounts. The Lagos State AIDS Control Agency, LASCA, has launched a free statewide HIV testing campaign across all 20 local government areas and 37 local council development areas, LCDAs. The initiative, running from November 18 to December 1st, is part of activities marking the 2025 World AIDS Day. LSACA CEO Dr. Folakemi Animashaun said the program aims to close existing testing gaps, improve community awareness, and promote early diagnosis. She explained that the agency has deployed trained counselors, adequate test kits, and educational materials to ensure the residents receive safe, confidential, and accessible service regardless of location. A new report by the civic organization Budget has revealed that Nigerian states significantly underfunded education and healthcare in 2024. According to the 10th edition of the State of States report, states spent an average of only 6,981 naira per capita on education, far below the recommended 20,000 naira. Health spending was even lower, with states allocating just 3,483 naira per capita, despite WHO guidance to dedicate between 15 and 20% of state budgets to each sector. Team Nigeria's medal push at the 2025 Islamic Solidarity Games received a major boost after Obiageri Amechi won silver in the women's discus throw. Amechi recorded a distance of 56.99 meters, narrowly missing the gold medal by just 0.05 meters. Her performance represents Nigeria's first athletics medal at the tournament. The achievement is a rebound for Amechi, who faced disappointment after an early exit at the World Athletics Championship in Tokyo earlier this year. Reality TV star and former Big Brother Niger winner Fina has offered emotional support to fellow winner Imesi following a public dispute involving Imesi and her mother. Fina, reflecting on her own past family controversies, advised Imesi to remain focused and avoid repeating mistakes so she made during similar challenges in 2023. The drama escalated after Imesi's mother accused her of neglect and posted videos showing the alleged poor living condition despite her daughter's 150 million naira winnings. The development triggered a wave of online reactions as Imesi responded by urging her mother to stay off social media while promising to fund a new house. Fina's intervention stems from her own strained relationship with her father, who accused her in 2023 of abandoning the family after urging him to sell his vehicles with hopes of a better life. Her message to Imesi was widely shared online, with fans urging both women to prioritize healing and privacy. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to far-reaching economic reforms aimed at strengthening the global competitiveness of Nigerian youths. In Kebbi State, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y. Chabu, has directed troops of Operation Fantan, Yanma, to intensify around-the-clock search and rescue mission for the 25 abducted students following the killing of their vice principal by bandits. The crisis within the People's Democratic Party has worsened, as Senator Mao Ohubunwa, said to be backed by the Wike-aligned faction, rejected his expulsion and dismissed the recent National Convention as an illegitimate gathering. And in Enugu State, Residents of Owo community, the ancestral home of Governor Peter Mbah, have staged a protest over an alleged plan by the Nigerian army to take over their land and pull down existing structures, despite a subsequent High Court injunction. And that's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidima Sogwa, and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices. Uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
The Arena with Chris and Ibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris and Ibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
The Fourth Enugu Catholic Diocesan Synod has officially opened at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, drawing a distinguished gathering of political leaders, clergy, and lay faithful to reflect on the life, mission, and growth of the Church in the diocese. Declaring the Synod open, the Catholic Bishop of Enugu Diocese, Most Reverend Callistus Onaga, highlighted its significance not only to the local church, but also to the wider Catholic community. He expressed gratitude to all participants and noted that the week-long event running from November 16 to 22 is aimed at addressing emerging challenges and deepening the spiritual life of the faithful. Bishop Onaga explained that a synod serves as an ecumenical assembly, providing the bishop with counsel on matters of faith, morals, discipline, and mission. He traced the diocese history, recalling that the first Enugu Diocesan Synod was convened by the late Bishop Michael Eneja in 1983. He identified critical issues currently before the Church, including the influence of social media and artificial intelligence, youth empowerment, burial practices, and the enduring Osu and Ohu caste concerns, expressing hope that deliberations would yield lasting solutions.
It is believed that the first diocesan synod took place in France in 8578. And it was Benedict XIV in his De Synodo Diocesana, published 1748, who gave a definitive fixation of the diocesan synod in the canonical doctrine of the Church. And the current legislation concerning the diocesan synod is contained in the Code of Canon Law, Canons 460 to 468. My dear brothers and sisters, we thank God that we are now gathered here for the opening ceremony of the Fourth Synod of our diocese, centered on faith and practice in Enugu Diocese. 12 years have passed since the last synod in 2013. New questions, challenges concerning our faith abound. But that is not to say that we do not have enormous reasons to say thanks to God for his blessings on this diocese since inception or creation. First and foremost, we are grateful to God for the progress of the work of evangelization in our diocese since its creation in 1962. It may not look very important, but it is important for us, for you to know that the Enugu diocese is among, I think, if not the only diocese where you have 3 bishops operating. 3 operating. It's not easy. 3, how the emeritus bishop, I think we are the only one, I don't know if there's any other one. We have Bishop Obodo, Media Close Associate, and my humble self. As I said, Bishop Buji will still conduct and will give a talk in this very synod. Has clocked 94 years. So it's not like he's there, just there. No, he's working. So that's why we are 4 working. 4 of us working. We have 531 priests in this diocese. 531 priests. There are dioceses that don't have up to 50. 531 priests. Working tirelessly to spread the good news of salvation, both here and beyond the diocese. Many are overseas already working, already missionaries in a sense. And in fact, by the grace of God, the number of priests in this diocese will increase by 14 next Saturday. So add it to the number you have already. This is my God gives life. In the next 6 months, I'll be 17 years a bishop in this place. So 17 years a bishop. So when I say I'm enjoying the support of priests, I know what I'm saying. I'm not pretending. You may have 1 or 2 exceptions that make the rule. You know, 1 or 2 exceptions. Maybe Shibaka Baka. I make way a teaching house. So youth empowerment. We gave scholarship, just the last batch of scholarship to Veritas University some 3 years ago. And we had to pay a particular amount for them to go and do a particular graduate course. My dear brothers and sisters, they went and changed their courses and toppled the whole money maybe 3 times. We are not ashamed to be the first, we have always been. So you can see the trend moving. Yes, I see the trend moving. It's moving. And the sacrifices go on that way. They have made enormous, they've burnt candles at night and toiled in the day in order to see that the events of this day and the days to come will be successful. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. I thank them so much. They've worked so hard to do this.
Very Reverend Father Professor Christian Aneke, chairman of the Synod Planning Committee, explained that the 4th Synod was convoked after a prayerful reflection and wide consultations 10 years after the 3rd Synod. He described the gathering as an opportunity to open new doors of hope for the Church mission while examining rapid social changes affecting faith and practice.
The 4th Synod of our diocese gives us the opportunity to reflect on our practice of faith, inspiring awareness of the opportunities and challenges we face today in practicing the Catholic faith.
Presentations at the Synod covered catechesis, holistic education, responsible digital technology use, and the formation of priesthood candidates. Cardinal Peter Aneke, Catholic Bishop of Ekulobia Diocese, in a paper on holistic education, urged intensified pastoral support for catechism instructors and those drifting from the faith. He emphasized catechesis that prioritizes understanding over rote learning and consistent moral instruction across all schools. Dr. Chinedu Chibuzo, Director of ICT at Godfrey Okoye University, addressed artificial intelligence and social media, highlighting the need for the church to harness digital tools responsibly. He encouraged the sharing of prayers, homilies, and teachings online to reach wider audiences while safeguarding the personal nature of evangelization. The Fourth Enugu Diocesan Synod marks a significant milestone in the spiritual and administrative journey of the diocese. By tackling contemporary challenges and embracing emerging opportunities, the Synod aims to strengthen faith, foster unity, and enhance the Church's mission in the years ahead. Dignitaries in attendance included former Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Mrs. Cecilia Ezilo, members of Consecrated Life, seminarians, knights and ladies, the laity, and delegates from other Christian denominations under the Christian Association of Nigeria. Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Religion. Religion wears many names, but in its deepest form is not in rituals. It is in love. True faith is not louder than others. It listens. It breaks bread with strangers and weeps with the broken. We are not defined by the places we kneel, but by the way we rise and reach for each other. The prophets came not to divide, but to remind us that all paths to God must pass through kindness. So, let our prayers not end in temples. Let them begin in how we live, in the warmth we give, and in the bridges we build beyond belief. I am Chidimi Kemede, and we are on the street today again concerning the high cost of food items and the other essentials in the market, including high cost of transportation. We want to hear from Nigerians and Enugu State residents how they feel about this situation and some of the things that they want the government to do in order to alleviate this burden.
Well, the high cost of living is really affecting everyone in Nigeria. For me, I think the major cause of it is this insecurity in Nigeria, because so many farmers are ready to farm. Many people are ready to farm, but because of insecurity, people are afraid to go to farm. So, and I think that is what is causing shortage of foodstuffs and making the available ones to be high in cost. So if government should work on insecurity, so many people are ready to farm. So many youths who are unemployed, they are ready to farm. Even if government can equally work on mechanizing farm, so many youth will embrace farming. And it will go a long way in making food to be surplus, and it will crash the price. It will even help us to export to other neighboring countries.
This country, everybody now they also to eat na problem, and the way the country will be now, just God just help us for this country to hit problem. Everything now the Christmas is coming back now, no money to buy food, to buy everything. They are living to make it help us to this food, make food coming down. Our strength for this Enugu na problem to pay our strength now na wala. School fees, everything. We just government just help us. Everybody they suffer. Somebody there everywhere.
Actually, I would not say the inflation in Nigeria is being caused by individual. I would say that everything that is happening in this country is the cost of the country we are living into. I will not say again is the cost of is being caused by commoners. is caused by government, because the government is not regulating what we have. Because if government is controlling what the farmer is getting and they're regulating the market prices, I don't believe the inflation will be bigger than deflection. You know, so
the cost of living is actually very high, and especially cost of other things. But in terms of food items, especially during this period, is not that high due to the fact that some farmers are bringing inputs from villages, like mostly like pepper, garri, rice is a little cheap as of now. Although in terms of other, let me say, some kind of electronics and other things that are being imported, but those ones are high in terms of the cost of the prices.
Everybody know that economy is bad. Even the children, even the one they had in the tummy know that economy is bad. So we are even applying to federal government to help us to know what we are doing now. We don't even see anything to eat. Like me, I'm here. I have 2 children. To take care of them is problem. Even their school fees is problem. So I don't know how the federal government will help us to improve the economy. Even the food, to buy food is very. This thing that's Christmas is coming now. I'm thinking about how to settle my children this Christmas. How to buy the things for them. There's no money for rice. There's no money for their clothes. And all of them is at my neck hanging. Mommy buy this, mommy buy this. But there's no money. There's no money.
What I think the government should do is there should be government should recruit people, teach people how to produce basic things, basic technology things like, let me say, engine, like chairs, metals, like casting, basic casting, like things that are basic technology things, so that all those things are being imported, we'll be able to produce it on our own. Like it should be common. It shouldn't be something that only bigger company will be able to produce it. It should be something that when somebody maybe graduate from secondary school, does a little enrollment, should be able to produce all those basic things that we normally import, like phones, machine engines, like so those basic things. I think if we start producing it on our own, it become cheap. Just like in farm inputs now and things that I harvest is a little cheap as of now because we are producing it on our own. But apart from agriculture, there are several things we don't produce on our own apart from agriculture.
If governments with their kind hearts, people really knows, will come to understand the mind of the commoners and knows the individual differences, go to the markets, leaks things that they will start regulating in the market, because I believe that it's not everything in the market that will regulate, but there's some things that is vital that they will come to regulate. I believe things will normalize.
Residents said that the high cost of food items, transportation and other essentials are taking a toll on them, and they want government to intervene quickly. Chidimi Kemede, Aneke TV.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives. while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to the prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having a reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have cued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men, and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. You can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Hello, I'm Chidimbi Kemede, and we are on the streets today to find out from Nigerians if the ban of sachet alcohol and small bottle alcohol is going to make the youth drink less or is going to make them to go for more expensive ones. Join us.
The ban on sachet alcohol will reduce the rate at which you take alcohol. It will equally help, in keeping the environment neater, because the way they dispose the sachet everywhere, it's not really nice. Being that the sachet is not something that can decompose, it's harmful to the society. So that's on that. So I think really it will help reduce, because first of all, the sachet alcohol is cheaper, so it's affordable to the lowest of the low in the society. But if you reduce that and they have to buy the big one, of course they'll have to save up to be able to buy that big bottle and sit with.
Actually, it will reduce Not that they abandon alcohol, but they abandon the sachet. So maybe the bottle one will be somehow expensive, and not everybody will be able to afford it, unlike that of alcohol. Because most students now buy it and put in their bag. But if it's in bottle, I don't think it will happen like that.
And I don't think that banning sachet alcohol will make our youth to stop taking alcohol. They will resort to other alternative measures, because they must always take alcohol, no matter whatever it costs them. But they will resort to other measures. The only gainful effect is that it will reduce the rate at which the sachet alcohol, those ones in small bottles, are littering our environments and places. It will reduce the rate at which they litter the sachets with the sachet and the small can of it. But not that it will reduce the rate of it. And there's something it always does to them when they take it. So they will resort to other measures.
Banning sachet alcohol will help a lot, because most of the youth spend their money on alcohol, and it's not good for the health, actually. Me either, I don't take alcohol, so I guess it's good they ban sachet alcohol.
You've just heard from Nigerians about the ban of sachet alcohol and small bottle alcohol in Nigeria, how it's going to affect the youths, whether the youths are going to reduce the quantity of sachet alcohol that they drink, or if they're going to go for the more expensive ones. From the streets of Enugu State, I am Chidimma Ikeme, the Aneke TV.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps.
Hello, dear viewer. Many thanks to you for having joined us on yet another interesting edition of your ever interesting program, The Arena, on Aneke Television. Thanks for joining us today. Yes, of course, this is the platform where we meet to take on burning topical issues and matters which affects us as the people in society, as we host guests and analysts who come to offer their thoughts and opinions on these issues and matters, so that they could provide solutions on the way forward for us to engender a better society for every one of us. Because once the society becomes better, it becomes better for everyone. So thanks for joining us today on the arena. My name is Chris Anibuogo. Yes, I don't know how much you know about the metering program of the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company. Yes, the organization saddled with the responsibility of distributing power supply to the southeast Nigeria. All right, if you know, fine. If you don't know, that's why this program is coming to you, because there is a free prepaid metering program right now ongoing. And that's why we have to pull the head, the group head, corporate communications of the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company, the person of Aneke, down here to talk to us more on these issues and matters. It's a pleasure having you join us today.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, so the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company, PLC EDC, has commenced the second phase of its free prepaid meter distribution under Tranche B of the Meter Acquisition Fund metering program, a metering initiative instituted by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission to close the existing metering gap in the sector and put an end to estimated billing. Aneke, talk to us more about this. How real, how true? Rhetorics, stories, or is it real?
Of course it's real.
It's real?
Yes.
It's also important to mention that, like you rightly pointed out, this is the tranche B. We have executed tranche A in the first half of the year, and that gave about 13,614 meters free to customers.
Within the Southeast?
Within the Southeast.
Did people get them?
Targeted at, no, the spirits that got them.
Did people get them? Now that we're talking about
People got them,
go ahead,
yeah.
go ahead.
People got them. You know, the whole idea was born out of the review of tariff for Band A customers. These are customers that pay as high as 225 naira per kilowatt hour, inclusive of VAT. And some of them are not metered, and it was of great concern to them. And the regulator and the players now came up with this program, okay, to close the metering gap within the Band A feeders. It's a program that will also dovetail to other feeders, but we are kicking off with the Band A feeders, customers within the Band A, because of the peculiarity, the fact that they are paying more. They are paying as much as 255, per kilowatt hour. It's 209, 50 kobo. By the time you add the VAT, you will now give it the actual cost. And this program is targeted at closing the gap within the Band A feeder, so that all the customers within Band A will have meter and begin to manage their consumption. By the time we round up with the Band A customers, we'll now move on to Band B. So tranche A, which gave us 13,614, has ended. We have just commenced tranche B, which is giving us 13,335 meters. These are going to be deployed across the Southeast, Band A feeders across the Southeast. And it's also important to mention that those customers within our subsidiary company space are also going to benefit from it. So customers within main power space are also beneficiaries. Customers within Transpower and other New Era, they are all beneficiaries of this program. So it is not something. It's not something that just dropped from the blues. It's a well-intended program to close the metering gap within Band A feeders.
Okay, so the bottom line is that this free prepaid metering rollout is real.
It is real.
It's not
it has happened. It has happened. Tranche A was real. I mean, and it's also important for you to know that the regulator, that's NEC, is closely monitoring this program. Before now, database of customers within Band A feeders that are not meters has been spooled and submitted to the regulator. After the implementation, the regulator will also come and do some random check to ascertain whether these meters were truly deployed. They did it in the tranche A, and that goes to show the seriousness that they attach to this program. So customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
That's very important.
Yeah, it's at no cost. You're not meant to pay. All you need to do is to allow the installers to come and install the meter at your home.
All right, so let's understand clearly how the modus operandi works. What is the process? Do the customer need to do anything? Any form of application necessary? Or you just stay at home and then you already have the data and then you know who your customer is?
Yeah, you don't need to do anything, okay? The meter will come to you if you are the beneficiary. Remember, I said that data of customers within Band A has been spooled. It might not be 100%, which is why we had tranche A and we're having tranche B. If we don't close the gap, we might possibly use the tranche C on the Band A feeders. So we already have this information. You are my customer. I know that you don't have meter. Now there's a program I've penciled you down for metering. The meter will just come to your home. The highest that can happen is that they call you to notify you that they are coming. So once they get there, they connect the meter, and that is it. You don't pay for installation, you don't pay for the meter. And one thing that we encourage our customers is to be, extra vigilant. Nobody should extort you on this very program because it is free, just like the world free.
It is free just like the world free, even though not virtually everything is free in free time. You understand? Yes, of course. Just peradventure, maybe one or two bad eggs within your organization who may be involved in the process of installation may happen to want to make one or two demands from customers. What should the customer do?
The customer should escalate that to the office, make a formal report, provide evidence. It's not enough to just say that somebody is extorting you. You have to substantiate that claim. Okay? In what form? Is he giving you account number? Are you transferring money to the person? These are things that we can use to, nip this in the bud. We are aware that some individuals might, toe that part. And we're also aware that sometimes it's the customers that also induce these guys. Okay? So we are saying no to extortion. We are saying no to inducement in whatever form. These guys are with your meter, and the meter is free. Just cooperate with them, let them install the meter and move on.
That's all.
So if anybody is now trying to twist you, to extort you, you report. We have a whistleblowing line available that you can use to report. You can do a formal correspondence or mail to report and send us evidence or proof of what has happened. And we'll investigate and deal with whoever is involved.
All right. That's how reassuring the statement and the information could be, because he actually released the statement from his office to the public. And today you are getting it direct from the mouth of the horse himself. So it's actually surprising that in this age and time, we're still dealing with estimated billing for customers. Aneke, I know you're making efforts through this program to reach that metering gap, but how possible could it be that in the nearest future we could say the act of estimated billing is done with in the southeast Nigeria?
Okay, it is said that a journey of 1,000 miles begin with a step. I just gave you the numbers that we deployed, 13,614.
This one is going to be another 13,000.
And that is, the gap is shrinking. And this is one out of the other metering program. There's also the meter asset provider, where the customers pay and they have their facilities metered, and they are refunded at the end of the day. That one is also ongoing. They are all running side by side. If you get to the office, you see meters under the MAP metering program leaving for installation. So these are, efforts geared towards closing the gap. Talking about estimated billing, we didn't just create estimated billing. This is part of what was inherited, that has been in place over the years. And we inherited it, and we've been having constraints, challenges, closing the gap because of the huge fund needed to embark on that project. And that is why you have some of these initiatives coming in. The Meter Acquisition Fund is a pool of funds contributed by the distribution companies to make this a reality. We also have the MAP program, where some approved meter vendors are brought in to close the gap, within the network. There's another one that is going to come up, this rep. That one has not kicked off, but it's also going to be free to customers. So there are many programs because of the importance we attach to closing this gap. These programs are coming in. And it will also interest you to know that it is in our best interest for all our customers to be metered. Assuming we have the means, the resources to go all out, we want to do that.
Is it really in your best interest?
It is in our best interest.
The impression out there on the streets
I know.
suggests otherwise.
I know, but it is in our best interest to have everybody metered. Okay, in the course of deploying the meters in Tranche A, why would a customer whom you've come to meter reject your meter? Why would the customer say he or she does not want the meter? Does it make sense to you?
A customer rejecting the prepaid meter.
It was an issue. So, does it not tell you that the customer is comfortable with the estimated billing? I have had customers that approach me that were on estimated platform before, and they were now metered, and they want to go back to estimated platform.
What really do Nigerians
So let's not.
it's surprising to hear,
it is surprising. It might shock you, but this is my area. I know people that want to go back to estimated billing.
Like seriously.
So that goes to underscore the fact that everybody needs to have meter, so that this issue will be put to rest. Yeah, it is better for us.
Sanitized.
If you have 10 naira, you load 10 naira in your meter. Once it runs out, you know that you have exhausted your units. So all these speculation and information flying around that it is not helping us in any way. It will help us better if we have all our customers metered and allow the meter. One thing is to have the customers metered. The other is to allow the meter to function, the way it's supposed to.
So how do you mean? What do you mean by that?
You have situations, people go bypassing these meters.
The prepaid meter?
Yes. People go diverting the loads. You want meter. Maybe you claim that what the business is billing you under estimation is outrageous. It's crazy. You now have meter. You now realize that you've been on holidays over the period. These are areas where the company is suffering the losses that we are talking about. These are areas where we experience leakages. Meter has been provided, and you now go the other way to divert loads without allowing the meter to record the actual energy you're consuming in your homes.
But could let me use the word ordinary people be able to have such knowledge of how to divert, bypass the prepaid meter?
I don't know what you mean by ordinary people.
Ordinary people, for instance, somebody like me.
You're not ordinary.
I am ordinary when it comes to issues like this, because I don't know what it means to bypass a meter. So would that not be needing the attention and services of insiders, maybe from your organization?
I'm not disputing that, but we are not the only people that are knowledgeable in that field. There are other people that are also operating within the electricity sector that are not necessarily our staff, that are engaging in such. Like I said, I'm not saying that it is not possible. It is possible. But would that staff just walk up to you? Are you not the one that will invite the staff to do it for you? It takes it too. So it's either you approach somebody to come and do it for you, or the person walks up to you with a proposal and you fall for it. So two of you are culpable. So what we are saying is that if these meters are installed, we'll frown at situations where customers tamper with these meters or bypass these meters or divert loads. Once we get at the person will face the music.
I mean, that's a big offense to even think about it in the first place. And then one will begin to wonder also, why are these meters not having maybe inbuilt mechanism of detecting such acts when they are being carried out? For instance, you know what I mean? If a meter is to be tampered with, illegally, can't it have a way of indicating to you that, somebody's...
Yeah, we have the back-end application that we use to monitor these meters.
Okay.
You also need to appreciate the fact that we're talking about numbers here. How many of them are you going to detect? And the guys that are doing this thing, they've perfected this the act in such a way that sometimes you might even get to a location, you won't see anything, but something has happened there. So it takes a very experienced person to fish that out. What we do currently is, like I mentioned, there's an application we have back end that we use to monitor these meters.
Okay.
And when we sense a red flag, we'll now move to location and run a check. Maybe in that process, we'll find out that something has happened.
It's good you're giving out this information so that he who intends to maybe get
and sometimes when you tamper,
that,
when you tamper with this meter, the meter will now require a code to come back to function effectively. So at that point, you ask questions. What happened? And that might involve visiting location. So there are measures that we have in place that we use in detecting some of these things. And they are not things that I should, give out here, but we are working at that. And that's why those ones that we've, identified were identified, and necessary steps taken to make sure that they pay the fines and whatever.
And culprits have been, apprehended over time?
On a daily basis.
Oh, really?
This is a major problem we are facing as a business. Energy theft, especially within the Band A feeders. Okay, you're getting supply. Instead of paying for the supply, you're engaging in stealing. A lot of it is happening. You have hotels that are doing that. You have industries that are doing that. And that goes to show you the challenge, the problem that we are facing as an organization. So energy theft is highly prevalent around here, and is not something that anybody will be proud of.
Well, that's really a big area of concern, so to say. Okay, let's leave all of that now. Let's look at the other area of concern as well. We understand that the EDC is saddled with the responsibility of power distribution for the Southeast zone. But then, as things stand, with the new laws in Nigeria, states now are empowered to, begin to operate their own, Enugu, for one, has initiated the move. We now have Mempa running Enugu. In Abia, a part of Abia is equally kind of privatized, if I'm right.
Yeah,
not
that's
directly by the state government,
about power.
So I don't know, this free metering program, does it serve the people in Enugu who are no longer directly under you, even though we understand that these companies are subsidiary companies under the EDC? Does the program cover this?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier on. Customers within these subsidiary companies are also benefiting from it.
Okay.
They are going to be benefiting from it. Customers in Enugu, customers in Anambra, customers in Imo, Abia, and that's Umuahia and Ebonyi. They will all partake of it. Provided there's a Band A feeder there. It's targeted at Band A customers, and we have Band A's in all of these places I mentioned. Yeah.
So now talk to us about this banding. A lot of Nigerians, raise their eyebrows and frown at the fact that EDC has come to categorize Nigerians along the lines and path of the wealthy, the average, and the poor. So if you do not see yourself in Band A, it simply means EDC is telling you you never belong here.
That's not true. That's one of those false information that,
It's
there, and that's why this platform is, good for us to educate our customers.
So talk to us about that.
Let me also shock you. The service, we call it service bands.
Okay.
Okay. and it was introduced 2020. It wasn't something that was just introduced. The only thing that brought it to the fore was introduction of the removal of subsidy for Band A customers, which shut up the tariff. That was what made it look like it was just introduced. Okay. It's been there since 2020. And this is an initiative of the regulator following engagements that they had with customers. Okay? Usually there's what we call minor review of tariff. It's supposed to be happening maybe every 6 months. You do minor review depending on the development within the economic realities that are used in working out the tariff. You have the exchange rate, you have the inflation rate, you have other factors that are considered in designing the tariff. So if there are changes, significant changes in those indices, it calls for minor review. For instance, if the dollar drops today, 100 naira to $1, definitely there will be a review of the tariff. Downward review.
Downward review.
And if the dollar gets to 3,000 naira per dollar,
let me say God forbid.
God forbid, I agree with you. There will be a review because these are businesses that depend on foreign exchange to run. Except if you now want the sector to, close shop. But I don't think anybody wants that. So these are things that happen. During that engagement, customers aired their views. Some were saying, let the supply improve before the review comes in. Some were saying there shouldn't even be review and all that. And some were saying they don't get as much power as those in particular area. They were making references. So the regulator now went back and came up with this program called service-based tariff. You have Band A, Band B, Band C, Band D, Band E. The tariffs are different. Before the increase of the tariff for Band A, they were paying 70 naira per kilowatt hour, which was the highest at that time. The Band B was paying, I think, about 60-something naira. Down the line is graduated down. And upon removal of subsidy by federal government, there was no hiding place for customers in Band A other than to pay the real cost of electricity, which is 209.
That's 209 naira.
209 naira per kilowatt hour. And that was how the whole thing blew up, as though we just introduced it. And he said EED is introduced. We didn't introduce it. It's a regulator that came up with this program.
That's NEC.
NEC. It is their initiative. We are only to comply, like other distribution companies in the country as well. Everybody is complying. Okay? So, for customers within Band A, you're expected to get minimum of 20 hours. You can get as much as 24 hours, but minimum 20 hours. Band B will get minimum of 16 hours. You can get up to 20 hours, but minimum 16. Band C will get minimum of 12 hours. You can get as much as 16 hours, but minimum 12 hours. Likewise, Band D, minimum of 8 hours. You can get as much as 12, but minimum 8. Band E is 4 hours. They can get as much as 8, but minimum 4. These are thresholds that has been, laid out for each of these service bands. And like I said, what the Band A person is paying is not the same with what Band D or E is paying. So your payment is a function of the service quality you're receiving, which to my own mind is a fair arrangement. But people always find a way to mess up an initiative just because of some personal concerns. I know how much I used to spend on buying fuel to run my generator. I don't know whether the generator is still okay, because I now have 24/7 supply. All I do is manage, regulate, ensure that there are no wastages. That's just the only way to go. Okay? If my unit finishes and I don't have money to recharge, I'll wait until when I recharge and I'll begin to use. So that cost expense line to buy fuel, the noise pollution, the maintenance man that will come to service the generator. So that expense line is closed. I can channel that cost to loading my meter. So that's what every other person should do. At least there's sanity around the whole place. You have supply, so you have to pay for it. Electricity is not cheap. If you run your check around other, maybe West African countries, other places, check how much they pay per kilowatt of electricity. So in my mind, the service-based tariff was not targeted at anybody, and is not targeted at a class. It come to areas you have band A. Some people say it's industrial areas. You come to some industrial areas, they are not even in band A. It's a mix of.
So what really qualifies a customer, to fall within?
If you're feeder, we have feeder that radiates energy to areas. You have presidential feeder. I think this your area, you're under prisons feeder or something. So the feeder is what pushes electricity from the transmission end to areas. You might have about 150 transformers connecting to a feeder. So if you happen to be within those 150 transformers connected to a feeder that is band A, automatically you're a band A customer, because the supply you will be enjoying is band A supply, which is minimum of 20 hours, except if your transformer develops problem, which is a local fault. The feeder will be pushing out the 20 hours, but because of the local fault you're experiencing within your area, you won't have supply. We get those complaints from our customers, and that's why we encourage them to always call our attention to that, because you're paying premium. There's no reason for your substation, that's your transformer, to be out for a long time. So once there's issue, you call, and we have dedicated team that are responding to these band A customers. It will also interest you to know that the regulator is monitoring the availability of these bands. So you're living within a band A feeder area. I'm expected to give you minimum of 20 hours. If I'm not living up to that threshold, the regulator will come after me. Sometimes you find that feeders are downgraded, or customers are compensated. There are measures to ensure that we comply to this thing and that customers are not shortchanged. So these are some of the things that are happening. The service band is not targeted at any class or any individual. There are people that can't afford band A that are living within band A. There are people that can afford band A that are living within band D. So it's not, since this thing has started, part of the whole idea is for the distribution company to also invest in its network. We've had cases where we've migrated customers from a lower band to upper band. You have people that were in band B or C, migrated to band A. You see them complaining. I used to spend 5 naira to recharge and I get so units. Now, if I put it, it vanishes. Your tariff has changed because you've been migrated to a higher band.
And the consent of the customer is not
the whole idea. The regulator gives approval. The whole idea is for everybody to enjoy band A service.
Okay.
That's the final bus stop. That's where we are all headed. If we have the means to invest in our network and migrate all our customers to band A, that is the target. Everybody has right to enjoy band A service.
Minimum of 20 hours
Minimum
per
of 20
supply
hours.
a day. Okay, you heard it. It's not as a result of social stratification. They are not trying to categorize the society on basis of strata, okay? But then it's as a result of necessity. And you've heard it from the mouth of the horse himself again, Aneke, who has told you that their target is to ensure that everybody gets minimum of 20 hours per supply a day. And that automatically means if you're in band E, band D, band C or B, get ready to join the band A any moment. Do you get it? All right. So we'll be going on a short break. And when we return, we'll be moving away from this metering program and the distribution of free prepaid liters to the public. we may want to look at some other issues, developments that has to do with power distribution in the southeast Nigeria. So stay with us, don't go away.
The Arena with Chris and Ibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris and Ibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
Okay, dear viewer, good to return with you to the show. It is the Arena coming to you on Aneke TV, the best platform that you should be on any day, anytime, on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook, even on X. Where are we not? On Instagram. We are there. So always join us there so that you get better informed, entertained, and of course educated. Yes, today we are looking at metering program and free prepaid meter rollout in the southeast Nigeria by the EEDC. If you belong to Band A, make sure that you are not skipped, because he has just told us that their plan and target is to make sure that every customer on Band A receives free prepaid meter. So you don't need to pay for it. Be careful so that nobody is going to actually, what's the word?
Take advantage.
Take advantage of your position. So be aware. That's one of the purposes of this program coming to you now, so that you will know exactly what the program is all about. Okay? We must have to give it to the EEDC as a matter of fact. You understand? Because I understand even some persons who've gone through the process of paying for procurement of meter. It's not been an easy thing at all. You're made to apply, you pay this, you upload your slip, and then you go forward this.
That's under the meter asset provider.
You go back, wait for it to come
because
to your turn.
Because the customer is going to pay for the meter. That's why the customer has to apply. If it's free, you don't need to apply. But because you're going to pay, you need to initiate the process by filling the form. And we've tried to, remove human interference in the process. You just log on to our website, fill up the form, input a mobile phone number, maybe your mobile phone number. Once you submit that form, an application ID will be sent to your phone, which you will use to track your application from that same website. So you don't need to go to anybody or, visit anywhere. You keep tracking it until when the demand note is generated, it will be there. You download it and you go and pay. Once payment is made, 10 working days after payment is made, you get your meter installed. So some people will go and use the wrong route and they experience difficulties.
Let's use the appropriate street word, express.
Okay.
Express.
And they now run into problem. Some will even go and give some individuals money for meter, and they begin to tell you, I paid for meter. You say, okay, show me the evidence of the payment. They will start telling you stories. So the payment of the meter is done at the bank. You pay at the bank, and a receipt will be issued to you. 10 working days after that payment is made, the meter will be installed. So I just want to throw more light on a statement you made earlier on that customers within Band A will all get free meter. Like I said, it's a journey. There are some customers that might want to, go ahead and initiate their own process to get their meter. That might not want to wait for the free metering program.
Okay.
They are all happening. They're happening at the same time. Some customers within Band A are still going to apply to have their facility metered without waiting for the, the free metering. Okay, so customers are free to do that.
Okay.
They will still get the money back. They are going to be paid back through energy as they recharge the meter. You get the money you've paid for that meter over time. So it's a win-win.
Through your credit.
Through credit. So it's a win-win for everybody. So whether you get it without paying or whether you pay and you get it, at the end of the day, it's free because your money would have come back to you through energy.
Okay. Well, that's interesting to know. But this time around, we are dealing with the free prepaid meter rollout. Meanwhile, he has also addressed the issue of just in case you've paid and you're yet to receive your meter, just hold on, it's coming. If you cannot wait for the free meter to come, you could as well pay. It's also another channel and route you could take. Well, Aneke, the reason why we are particularly interested in what is happening around your office is because we understand that the southeastern people of Nigeria are very industrious. And what will business amount to if power supply is not effective and efficient? We need power for businesses, especially for small-scale businesses, you know, to begin to thrive. So thank you for coming to clear the air, give the right information. But then also, we cannot just let you off after talking to us about the free prepaid meter. We want to understand, where are we in the Southeast with power distribution? Has anything changed?
A lot has changed. You live in Enugu. The efficiency that has been achieved within this 1 year is quite obvious to anybody. People have been, you know, expressing that.
Steady power supply.
Steady, improved power supply. Yeah, improved power supply. And we've also tried to strengthen our operations team. You know, response time to fault clearing is something that, you know, has been a problem in the past.
Response time?
Yes.
To fault clearing?
Yeah, you know, I made
That's the jargon from your office.
No.
Talk to us in language you
Okay,
understand.
response time, when you're down, a customer suffers downtime, maybe your transformer trips.
Okay.
Or maybe your neighbor has supply and you don't have. That's phase failure. It's a fault at the transformer end. And if you don't call, if you don't notify our technical team, they might not know that you're out of supply. So what we've done is to beef up our team so that they will be responding to fault clearing, you know, in a very, very enhanced way. Gone are the days where you say, okay, I've been out of supply for 2 weeks and nothing happens. If you're out of supply longer than necessary, pick up a phone, call. We have a call center.
When is longer than necessary?
I mean, if I'm living in a band A feeder and my supply trips 30 minutes, 1 hour, is longer than necessary.
Okay.
I should be concerned. You can call the system control of the district serving you to ask, is everything okay?
Okay.
They might explain to you. Sometimes we lose supply from the transmission end. Remember that we are not alone in this business. We work together as a team to deliver this supply. The guys generating, the guys transmitting, and we distributing. If there's a downtime at the transmission end, we won't have anything to give to you. If they're experiencing technical issues, supply will not get to us to push to you. But it's EEDC that you call.
We know.
So
we don't know how they
you wouldn't know them because we are the
generators.
ones interfacing with you. That's the way the sector is structured. We are downstream. Those guys are upstream. We interface with you. And that's why you talk to us if you have issue. And we now explain to you what is going on. So sometimes the challenges are not just within the distribution space. We might experience challenge within the transmission space. We might also experience challenge within the generation space. There was a time the generators were having gas constraints, and that impacted on the allocation that we are getting at the distribution company. And by extension, impacting on the availability to the customers. So if you're enjoying 20 hours, you now find out you're enjoying 12 hours or 10 hours as a result of the problem at the upstream which is
especially
not...
the periods we were experiencing grid collapse of national grid,
Okay,
almost on
okay.
on a monthly basis.
Yeah, but I mean, that's is becoming a thing of the past with the introduction of a Nigerian independent system operator manning the grid and ensuring that we don't suffer those issues. A lot of work is going on to stabilize the sector and ensure that we deliver good service to our customers. All we ask for is support from the customer end.
How can the customer really give support?
You give support by paying your bills. You give support by not shortchanging the business, undermining the activities. Okay, I just gave an example that effort is being made to provide meter for you, and instead of allowing the meter to record your consumption, you go and divert load. You're undermining the effort we are making. So that money that is supposed to come back on that meter is not coming back. They are going as losses. Okay? We have the commercial losses, we have the collection losses. These are losses that we suffer as a business within the space. So your support will go a long way as a customer. If there are downtimes, call us. It's a support. Because if I have 1,000 customers within a transformer and there's a downtime and these customers are not consuming, I'm losing revenue. So, but by the time you draw attention to it, we come and clear the fault and restore the transformer, and customers are, enjoying the services. So those are the kind of support and we are asking for. And all these guys that go vandalizing our substations, they're also undermining our effort. Okay? People hooking up wires to steal electricity, they're undermining our efforts. Within your neighborhood, how well are you involved in ensuring that the system works? If you see somebody stealing electricity, what do you do? If you see somebody bypassing the meter, what do you do? We have a collective responsibility in ensuring that the sector delivers what we want of it. And we, as the operator or the distributor, cannot do it all by ourselves without the support of the customers. We need their support.
All right, you heard it from him. They need our support because it takes two to tally, they are on the other end giving us what they receive. By the way, what percentage of part does EDC still get from the national?
We get about 9% of
what the national generates.
Yeah.
Until now, has anything improved?
Yeah, it has improved. It has improved. At least we'll get
what's our capacity now?
We'll get up to sometimes 380 megawatts, within that range. It has not dropped. There was a time we were getting 100 megawatts.
That's for the EDC.
For EDC.
But for the national now?
That should be around 5,000 something. 5,000 something.
For 200 million
people. So those are the issues. And that is also a call for the states that have enacted this law to operate or manage their own market to attract investment in that area. If you attract investment in the area of energy generation, it will enhance the allocation that we're getting from the grid. It will complement it and improve whatever we are using within the states. Likewise, other states, if they do well in attracting investment and encouraging investors to come, it will go a long way in improving, what we are currently, getting from the grid.
Because it's obvious that what is being given to the people in the Southeast is grossly insufficient, considering the industrial nature.
I think I would like to correct that. The challenge is the quantum that is being generated. If the quantum improves and we get 9% of 30,000 megawatts, for example, it will go a long way.
I think we're saying the same thing.
We're not saying the same thing.
We're saying the same thing. Don't make us do this again. Don't make us do an episode 2. But this is where we're drawing the curtain. Thank you very much, Aneke.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you, dear viewer. My name is Chris Aneke. Bye for now.
Assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to the Arena with Chris Aneke every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
The Arena with Chris Anibogo is the platform where we meet to take critical analysis of burning and topical issues and matters in the society as to proper solutions on making the society better.
You came into office, you locked the door to everybody. Nobody can even access you. You don't even play the politics.
Month in, month out, year in, year out. So where is the money going to? Where's the resources?
Whenever the economy is in a shambles, you find the government embracing pro-people policy to assuage the harsh economic reality.
It was used to settle political interest, and Nigerians were paying dearly for it.
Tune in to The Arena with Chris Anibogo every Monday through Thursday by 1 p.m. only on Aneke TV. Join us.
The 4th Enugu Catholic Diocesan Synod has officially opened at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, drawing a distinguished gathering of political leaders, clergy, and lay faithful to reflect on the life, mission, and growth of the Church in the diocese. Declaring the Synod open, the Catholic Bishop of Enugu Diocese, Most Reverend Callisto Sonaga, highlighted its significance not only to the local church, but also to the wider Catholic community. He expressed gratitude to all participants and noted that the week-long event running from November 16 to 22 is aimed at addressing emerging challenges and deepening the spiritual life of the faithful. Bishop Onaga explained that a synod serves as an athletical assembly, providing the bishop with counsel on matters of faith, morals, discipline, and mission. He traced the diocese history, recalling that the first Enugu Diocesan Synod was convened by the late Bishop Michael Eneja in 1983. He identified critical issues currently before the Church, including the influence of social media and artificial intelligence, youth empowerment, burial practices, and the enduring Osu and Ohu caste concerns, expressing hope that deliberations would yield lasting solutions.
It is believed that the first diocesan synod took place in France in AD 578. And it was Benedict XIV in his De Synodo Diocesana, published 1748, who gave a definitive fixation of the diocesan synod in the canonical doctrine of the Church. And the current legislation concerning the diocesan synod is contained in the Code of Canon Law, Canons 460 to 468. My dear brothers and sisters, we thank God that we are now gathered here for the opening ceremony of the 4th Synod of our diocese, centered on faith and practice in the Enugu Diocese. 12 years have passed since the last synod in 2013. New questions, challenges concerning our faith abound. But that is not to say that we do not have enormous reasons to say thanks to God for his blessings on this diocese since inception or creation. First and foremost, we are grateful to God for the progress of the work of evangelization in our diocese since its creation in 1962. It may not look very important, but it is important for us, for you to know that the Enugu diocese is among, I think, if not the only diocese where you have 3 bishops operating. 3 operating. Not easy. 3, how the emeritus bishop, I think we are the only one, I don't know if there's any other one. We have Bishop Obodo, immediate close associate, and my humble self. As I said, Bishop Buji, who still conducts and will give a talk in this very synod, has clocked 94 years. So it's not like he's there, just there. No, he's working. So that's why we are 4 working. 4 of us working. We have 531 priests in this diocese. 531 priests. There are dioceses that don't have up to 50. 531 priests. Working tirelessly to spread the good news of salvation, both here and beyond the diocese. Many are overseas already working, already missionaries in a sense. And in fact, by the grace of God, the number of priests in this diocese will increase by 14 next Saturday. So add it to the number you have already. This is by God gives life, in the next 6 months, I'll be 17 years a bishop in this place. So 17 years a bishop. So when I say I'm enjoying the support of priests, I know what I'm saying. I'm not pretending. You may have 1 or 2 exceptions that make the rule. You know, 1 or 2 exceptions. Maybe Shibaka. I may wear a Tichikwe house, so youth empowerment. We gave scholarship, just the last batch of scholarship to Veritas University some 3 years ago. And we had to pay a particular amount for them to go and do a particular graduate course. My dear brothers and sisters, they went and changed their courses and toppled the whole money maybe 3 times. We are not ashamed to be the first, we have always been. So you can see the trend moving. Yes, I see the trend moving. It's moving. And the sacrifices go on that way. They have made enormous. They've burnt candles at night and toiled in the day in order to see that the events of this day and the days to come will be successful. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. I thank them so much. They've worked so hard to do this.
Very Reverend Father Professor Christian Aneke, Chairman of the Synod Planning Committee, explained that the 4th Synod was convoked after a prayerful reflection and wide consultations 10 years after the 3rd Synod. He described the gathering as an opportunity to open new doors of hope for the Church mission while examining rapid social changes affecting faith and practice.
The 1st Synod of our diocese gives us the opportunity to reflect on our practice of faith, inspiring awareness of the opportunities and challenges we face today in practicing the Catholic faith.
Presentations at the Synod covered catechesis, holistic education, responsible digital technology use, and the formation of priesthood candidates. Cardinal Peter Aneke, Catholic Bishop of Ekulobia Diocese, in a paper on holistic education, urged intensified pastoral support for catechism instructors and those drifting from the faith. He emphasized catechesis that prioritizes understanding over rote learning and consistent moral instruction across all schools. Dr. Chinedu Chibuzo, Director of ICT at Godfrey Okoye University, addressed artificial intelligence and social media, highlighting the need for the church to harness digital tools responsibly. He encouraged the sharing of prayers, homilies, and teachings online to reach wider audiences while safeguarding the personal nature of evangelization. The Fourth Enugu Diocesan Synod marks a significant milestone in the spiritual and administrative journey of the diocese. By tackling contemporary challenges and embracing emerging opportunities, the Synod aims to strengthen faith, foster unity, and enhance the Church's mission in the years ahead. Dignitaries in attendance included former Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Mrs. Cecilia Ezilo, members of Consecrated Life, seminarians, knights and ladies, the laity, and delegates from other Christian denominations under the Christian Association of Nigeria. Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Ndị Igbo si na onye amara ebe mmiri bidoro maba ya ama ama ebe ọ kwụsịrị. And that actually provides the background for the respect I have for the great work that Center for Memories is doing, Center for Memories. And I wish we would take the work this center is doing a lot more seriously, because we have a rich history. We have a rich history as far from way back, but we also have a rich contemporary history as in Igbo, interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo. When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in our Igbo. But before that question of the state of human rights in our Igbo, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement in Dummiri, in Duazo. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndummiri Nduazu, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndummiri Nduazu speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azu, the water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and us, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndu Mmiri, Ndu Asu, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, okata na akpa dipe, madi biaru no kono nogo, diri kam diri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in our Igbo. And since we are going to look at it from the point of view of interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo, I want to actually just ask a few questions and answer them, because I don't have all the time in the world. So the first question is, what is human rights? Human rights are basically the rights we have because we are human. There are other more elaborate and fancy definitions. But why I love defining human rights as the rights we have because we are human is that a lot of people associate human rights with the caliber or state of the person who is seeking to enjoy the human rights. So very often when I speak about human rights, for instance, when I talk about the right to liberty, the right to bail, people ask me questions like, so if the person actually committed the crime, should the person also get bail? And my answer is simple. The law says the person should get bail. The law assumes the person is guilty until proven innocent. The law does not look at the person through the lens of being guilty, because the law assumes the person is innocent. But you as a layman, you're saying, I saw him still. He is not entitled to bail. But then the last time I checked, bail is not supposed to be go home and sin no more. Bail is supposed to be go home so that you will enjoy your freedom and be productive. Perchance you didn't actually commit the crime. So what if after all of the detention, the person actually didn't commit the crime? So the point is, human rights should be enjoyed by people because they are human, not because they are nice people, not because they are innocent, not because they are wealthy, not because they are educated, not because they are politically connected, but just because they are human. When we understand this definition, our communities will begin to change dramatically and drastically. For instance, I've noticed that when you come to a village setting and you are discussing issues around human rights, you notice that people who had a bad reputation will actually not get their rights respected, because most people will be judging them based on their past. I don't know if you can connect what I'm saying. That is, if something gets lost in a certain environment, everybody will look in the direction of the thief, even if it's not the thief that stole it. In fact, some people actually go to steal something knowing that there is a person who has the reputation for stealing who is likely to take the blame. So they will quickly steal, knowing that everybody will suspect the thief. We all know. It happens also that sometimes when we are discussing human rights, people say, not for this one. The things that, see, we shouldn't be discussing human rights here. But the first thing I want to establish is, what is human rights? These are rights we enjoy because we are human. It's that simple. And does it mean that if a person commits a crime repeatedly, the person should be entitled to the rights repeatedly? The unfortunate answer is yes. Is it my opinion? No. So why am I so adamant about it? Because that's what the law says. You cannot exist in a democracy without the rule of law. But let me also surprise us. We forget that human rights did not start with 1999 Constitution. Before the white man came, Igbos had the rule of law. That is why in those days, if the son of a king committed alo, the son of the king will vanish. You see that thematic focus in several home movies in Nigeria, where there's this struggle between power and dominana. There was the rule of law even in Igbo land. Igbo to Igbo such, you had to run beyond an Igbo forest or big body of water if you kill someone, even if it was manslaughter. The status of your father will not save you. So did we have the rule of law in Igbo land? Yes. Did we have respect for rights? Yes. How do I know? We do not even remember that even women had rights. We always think about the fact, oh, that your Okonkwo used to flog his wife in this all about, so we don't have rights. No, it doesn't work that way. Most of us do not know that there are rights that women enjoyed in the southeast, in Alibo, even before the white man came. I'll give you one example that will surprise some of you. Do you know that it was the right of a woman to have a place to cultivate? It wasn't negotiable, it was a right. Why? I'm not guessing. It's something I researched long ago, because at some point I asked myself, these human rights were discussed, is it so alien? I not only talked to elders, I spoke to a professor of family law. The man shocked me when he started listing the retinue of rights enjoyed by women in traditional Africa. If a woman, for whatever reason, maybe she didn't have a boy child or she was divorced from the husband, was sent back to her family. The family had a duty to allocate her a portion of land to cultivate her ede. It was a right, it wasn't negotiable, whether known or not. I was surprised when I got a list of rights. So what does it tell us? We are not that distant from human rights as we have been made to believe by the white man, that everything good came with the white man. No, we had order also. In fact, our society was so well ordered, we so well respected the rule of law and the rule of tradition, that you didn't have to use doors in your house. There was no door in traditional architecture of the Igbo man. We had almost a point of entrance. We had no door. There was no need to lock it. If you went to the market in the good old days, there was no need to actually protect your yam. You had to take some other products home if you finished your business. But you left the yam in the market because the yam was the king of crops. You don't steal yam. You don't steal the king of crops. So we had rules of engagement. So we are not strangers to the rule of law. The fact that the rule of law has been documented now doesn't mean that it has never been there. As a matter of fact, the rule of law was more functional in the traditional Igbo society than it is today in Nigeria, because today the politicians are above the law. In those days, almost everybody was subject to the law. If you refuse to be subject to the law, Anna will take care of you. Because today, our courts may decide to even say, on your mandate we stand. But in those days, the goddess of Anna will not permit you to desecrate the land. And as long as you cannot live in the air, that's why in those days you wanted to say something important. You removed your shoes and stood on and said, as you stand on this soil. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, are these things really new? The answer is no. I wanted to lay this foundation before we start talking about issues around interrogating human rights in these modern times. We have not always been the way we are now. We had reasonable respect for the rule of law. That is why, if you notice, people are going back to traditional religious practice in Igbo land. Have you noticed the trend? Have you noticed the trend? Do you know why? Because the system we claim to be operating these days is not protecting us. So somebody decides to sit on your rights. You go to the law. The law is playing games and dying about giving you your rights. So the poor man says what? I don't know if you have been hearing that recently. Because the poor man believes that since I don't have money to fight with you, since I don't want to fight with you in a court that may be biased, let me go to a place where I will get justice. And that begins to tell you that we need to reinvent our present approach to human rights to align with who we were in the past. To respect people's rights without looking at status. Having said that, I'll also ask the next question. What are the different rights we have as a people? There are three major classes of rights. We call them social rights, economic rights, and civic rights. That is economic, social, and cultural rights. Economic rights, social rights, cultural rights, all of these rights have implications. But one of the things we don't think about is that people have cultural rights. I chose to talk about it a little because it speaks to the state of human rights in Igbo. And if we want to ask questions, we should ask hard questions. Why is it that in your village, Christmas is around the corner, people will organize village revival? Am I correct? If not, you may come to your village next to pull down strongholds, and sometimes you burn people's shrines. Let me tell you the truth. When you burn a shrine, just burn a cathedral that pre-exists the churches you built in the city. Every shrine is somebody's cathedral. So if you go and burn a shrine because you are pursuing an evil spirit, you're actually stepping on somebody's cultural rights. That's what I'm saying. So human rights is not about going to police station or going to retrieve somebody from the cell. No, there are several implications. We have the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. I'm asking hard questions today. Why should you go and burn somebody's place of worship without the person's consent? On the assumption that it's the person who stopped you from progressing in your village. And that is purely an assumption. You have refused to work hard. You have refused to study hard. And then when you fail exams repeatedly, your father will go and burn somebody's shrine and say the person is spying you. While some people may practice malevolent spiritual practices, there are also several persons who engage in benevolent spiritual practices. But we lump all of them together, and we condemn them without realizing that they have a right to choose who to worship, when and where. Or to choose not to worship anybody at all. Or anything at all. So these are tough questions, economic, social, and cultural rights. I will tell you a shocking story that I encountered as a person. I received a report, and we investigated a report, and it was true that a young woman was stripped naked from head to toe and paraded in her hometown, not elsewhere. What was her offense? That she brought India Koromaka to their village. Her village was predominantly following one of the conservative Orthodox churches. A priest participated in this show of shame. So an undergraduate who was in UNN at that time brought a fellowship, and they bought land and wanted to establish Okakorakan at their village. The village conspired, thought she was mental, that we are introducing something alien. She didn't even bring Omenana. She brought another church, another denomination. In the course of teaching her a lesson, they stripped her naked and took her all over the town, the village, naked. By the time we got involved in that matter, there was pandemonium. We complained that the Muslims in the north apparently make it difficult for Christians to hold crusades and operate freely. And then we come here, we also don't allow some people to operate freely. So how does that speak to the state of human rights in Ali? How can you be pointing one finger at some other persons for persecuting you and then you're persecuting other persons right in your space? Because we don't understand human rights. So there are different types of rights we have, classes of rights. It's not just about, I just wanted to choose a cultural rights to make us understand that this human rights thing is deep. And when you don't allow people to flourish, when you oppress people, you don't get the best out of them. A person who is oppressed cannot be creative. If you doubt what I'm saying, go and check the history of the entertainment industry in Nigeria. Anytime the military takes over in Nigeria, the entertainment industry practically dies, it shuts down. Go and check. Chris Okotie and his colleagues reigned under Shehu Shagare. Go and check the records. The records are there. Once the military took over, all the superstars in music, the career stopped. Because you cannot come to a military administration and be shouting Nigeria, scatter, scatter, Nigeria. You won't sing again. Once certain persons take over power, fear rules the space. Once there is fear, creativity takes back place. Creativity flows freely, doesn't like to be encumbered. So in any place where people are oppressed, you're actually oppressing creativity and productivity. So the question that we need to discuss next is, what are the rights we should have? Modern day rights. I've mentioned some of them. We have a right to decide how we want to worship, who we want to worship, where, when. But I must also point out that some of the rights that we are going to discuss are not for minors. If you are less than 18 years, there are some rights you shouldn't enjoy because your parents will make those choices for you. So I'm saying it so you will understand. But when you become an adult, you are supposed to be mature enough to make choices for yourself. We have so many rights entrenched in the Constitution. We have the right to life. Nobody's life should be taken without recourse to due process. We have the right to liberty. Nobody should be detained. It's common in Nigeria now, for whatever reason, to detain a human being, sometimes for 6 months, 1 year, and say for security reasons. No. The laws are clear, very clear about those things. But we choose not to respect the laws because it's politically expedient not to do so. And it's worse in the southeast. So when you go to Imo State, there is this operation, something that is very notorious for detaining people indefinitely. When you go to Ebonyi State, recently we released a young man who was detained in a military camp for 3 months. And when we investigated, we found out he didn't really do anything. We presented the real story to the commander. He was released the next day. So he wasted 3 months of his life. Just wasted it. And nobody said, I'm sorry. If it's abroad, he will pay the heavy compensation. Not in Nigeria. He will go and do Thanksgiving because he has been released. He will not be talking about compensation. So, we also have the right to be treated like human beings. The right to the dignity of the human person. This is one of the few countries in the world where, on a regular, we see people sitting on the back of trucks. That is, the policemen will arrest us, tell us to sit down on the back of their pickup truck. You come to the police station, they ask you to sit on the floor. Meanwhile, there are empty chairs all over the place, but they'll tell you to sit on the floor. Sometimes I even wonder about my sanity and their own sanity. How can you have chairs that are not occupied and you ask a human being to sit on the floor? So what are the chairs doing there? And the last time I checked, most of those chairs were actually procured by ordinary Nigerians supporting the police. They call them PP, Police Public Relations Committee, right? And then other well-meaning Nigerians. So we buy chairs and donate to them so we'll be comfortable. Then we come there and they say sit on the floor. So sometimes actually go and check whether there are spirits sitting on those chairs. And you find out that they're just empty chairs. But somebody has found the habit of oppressing you to the extent that you submit. That is, the person dehumanizes you. So even when somebody walks into that police station and looks at you, you look like a criminal. He doesn't have to work hard to convince your family that you're a criminal because you are so dehumanized and so you are so in such a bad shape that people will be asking you, that's the first question most of their friends will ask you. They have not asked you what happened and they assume you are guilty. Because of the way you look like a criminal. They do it intentionally. But assuming you come in a suit and you're sitting down in a defined manner and you cross your leg like that our sister there, and somebody comes in to look at you, and the person will assume that this is a gentleman. What is he doing here? So they don't want you to look like a gentleman. But the law says you should treat us with respect to the dignity of our person. It's not only about the police and the institutions. We have women and men who have empty rooms in their homes, and their house girls and house boys sleep in the kitchen with rats and rodents. That is an abuse of the right to dignity of that house girl. I was raised in a family where my dad forbade calling anybody house girl or house boy. In my home, when you arrange the order, if the house boy house girl was placed as if like this is your senior, this, you give the person the respect that was due to him. My dad would punish you more for disrespecting a family member than that house. So he taught us to just respect people for being human, not because of the state of their family economy, state of bad. No, those things came with the package for me. I didn't have to struggle to learn how to respect. I respect everybody. I respect young people. I respect old people. I respect people who are poor. I sometimes I don't know if I respect people who are rich well, because sometimes they don't even deserve the respect. But you just respect them anyhow because they're human. I actually find it easier to respect ordinary people, to make them understand that they are human. They are not any less human because they are not billionaires. But we have lost all that. So we have a plethora of rights, so many rights. Tenants have rights with their landlords. Landlords also have rights. Employees have rights. You don't just wake up and tell an employee you are fired. If you have the guts to say you are fired, you should also have the guts to pay 1 month in lieu of notice. If you have a tenant and the tenant is not quick to vacate the house and not quick to pay you rent, you should be patient. Go to the law. Don't tell me that the law is slow. My dad taught me some lessons. There was a time I had a furniture company and I used to complain too much. All these carpenters, that, this, that. My dad said, look, sit down, young man. I sat down. He said, look, if they are smart as you, they will not be in your employment. They will have their own businesses. So your job is to raise them to be who you want them to be, not to complain about them. My dad doesn't talk too much. He will say one thing like the Bible, you can't begin to interpret it for yourself. He says, stop complaining about them, raise them. If they are smart as you, they won't be working for you. I learned that lesson. I started training my workers every Saturday. I bought a car and I started complaining about mechanics. My dad said, you have two options. He said, either you sell your car and start using buses, or you will go and find good mechanics and relate with them. And he said also, I know one day you complain about tenants. He said, either you don't build a house, or you build a house and tenants will go here and you manage them. These things come with a package. So if you have a car, you deal with our mechanics. If you have a house, you deal with the tenants. So you don't tell me, no, the tenants are obnoxious. If you have a house, you have to be patient about evicting your tenants. So there are so many rights, I cannot go through all of them, but what I'm saying essentially is that we must get to that point where we understand that these rights are for human beings. They are not for spirits, and we should ensure that these rights are respected. So the big question for me, the elephant in the room, is what are the worst abuses we are currently dealing with in the Southeast? I would have probably spent less time laying the foundation, because for me this is the big question. And when I have these conversations, I'm not talking as Onyibo, just talking. I talk authoritatively as a person who has probably received the highest number of complaints of anybody in the Southeast. I have received and managed thousands, literally speaking, of complaints from across Alibo. Alibo transcends the Southeast. So we have a unit of HRBC, for instance, in Asaba. I've received thousands of real reports, real time, from people who suffer abuse. So when people argue with me about human rights abuse, I ask them, what do you really know about abuse? Do you have documented cases? How many do you have? I mean, we are talking about how many years? 17 years of sifting through thousands of complaints. So I've been able to find out how the mind of Igbo man works when it comes to human rights. I've been able to see the worst of abuses. I've been able to see people who do things that are obnoxious. I've seen a man quarrel with a brother. You won't get this. Quarrel with a brother, the same father, the same mother. And because he felt the brother was giving him trouble because he was educated, This person, educated lecturer, speaks a lot of English. This one, businessman, with plenty of money. The businessman got angry, went and loaded a trailer with scrap. You know what scrap is? Scrap metal. Then went to the gate of his brother because issues concerning land. Packed the scrap trailer, used it to block the gate, and removed the head of the trailer. I don't know if you understand this story. That is, he used the trailer truck filled with scrap metal to block the entrance of his brother's gate. So the only way the brother could remove that was to go and get the head of a trailer, come and hook it to that stuff, and drag it out of. And then he also left thugs to look after the trailer, but to ensure that nobody even hooked it to drag it out. To his brother. I've seen all sorts. So the money God gave him was for the purpose of oppressing, to show his brother, okay, I'm going to put you in your place by using my words to block your gates. That's how cruel people can be sometimes. So what are the worst abuses? The worst abuses we have by far, unfortunately, was the police, and security agencies. The cases are difficult to manage, and the cases are legion. The first one is monetization of services. Most people don't know it's abuse. So you go to a police station, you want to go and report a case, and they charge you money for reporting the case. You want to go and arrest the suspect, they charge you money for arresting the suspect. And you suggest, okay, I don't want to pay money for you to bring your vehicle. They will say, bring money for fuel. You say, okay, I have a car, let's go with my car. I say, no, we can't go with your car. You have to, okay, let me put fuel in your car. I say, oh, God, you are difficult. That's not how we do it. Bring money for it. So you now decide, okay, I want to bring the money. Make we know whatever for this matter. So you now ask the person, how much will it cost you to buy fuel from, say, first CID annex? I'm now using a real case example, to Emene, and the person says 100,000. So you're wanting, is it having a V12 vehicle that flies in the air or something? That's the person looks in your face and says 100,000. In fact, there was a case we got involved in, and they asked 3 persons to pay 100,000 each for them to go and inspect the site of a dispute, which wasn't a police case, it was a land matter. But somebody took it to the police, I'll get to that. And they collected 300,000 from 3 persons who didn't know their rights to drive from Abani Road to Emene. Of course, our volunteer refused to pay, and they couldn't do anything about it. He said he won't pay. I have a car. If you want to join me, you join me. If you don't want to join me. And when they realized that he wasn't going to budge, they left him and said, no, they are handing him, so we just leave him. But the others paid, knowing fully well that one of them didn't pay. So that speaks to the state of the mind of the Onyibo. We still have that assumption, so you submit to anything that they throw at you. There's the tendency of the police to do what is not their job, like debt recovery. Many of you here know stories of policemen being used to recover debt in business transactions. That is absolutely wrong and untenable. Anytime I say this in public space, people ask me questions like, so, what am I supposed to do? Going to court takes forever. So I say, no. See, my dad taught me some lessons. I'll share some of the lessons. If you do business, people will owe you. So you have to factor that into one of the things you have to deal with and follow due process. If you don't follow due process, you will pay. I'll quickly tell all of you who may be looking at me as if I'm from the moon that sometimes the oppressor can actually become the oppressed. The hunter can become the hunted. I'll quickly tell you the story of a policewoman who gave a loan to a church member. Church member couldn't pay the money. The money came with 1 million naira interest rate, I think, for 3 months. There was a transaction the woman was doing. The transaction didn't just go through. So she had to pay 2 million capital and 1 million interest. She neither had the capital nor the interest. And what happened? The policewoman arrested her and detained her without evidence of detention. You didn't get that. That is when you take a person to a police station, you document that you arrested Larry Ogbego and this is the offense he committed. They put her in a cell and there was no documentation. That's abduction. So when the family members go to the station and say, I'm looking for this person, they'll say there's no such person here because the person doesn't even appear in the records. And what was their position? They told the family members after some days, like 5 days, that if you bring the money, we'll release her. That was a simple instruction. Bring 3 million, we'll release her. If you don't bring 3 million, she doesn't go home. The brother came to our office, reported the matter to us. I didn't believe the story. But when we investigated, I asked one simple question. Was this transaction documented? Listen carefully, because we learn a lesson from this story. In fact, many lessons. The brother said yes, that my sister said it was documented. Can I have a copy of the document? Yes. And when they brought the copy of the document, it was written clearly that a police officer gave a loan with interest to a friend and a church member. And because the friend couldn't pay, she was detained. I didn't talk about the loan. I didn't talk about the interest. I spoke about two things when we wrote our petition. One was abduction. It wasn't arrest, because the family didn't even know. It was not officially recorded that she was arrested. But do you know the second case that was interesting? A police officer is not permitted to be a loan shark. She was a loan shark. When we followed up on the second petition, that same woman came back to appeal to the person she held for more than 2 weeks. Of course, they released her. The Deputy Commissioner of Police ordered her release. Immediately, he received the petition, and the woman said, yes, I gave her a loan. But when he showed the woman the second petition that spoke to the fact that we are going to escalate the matter to Police Service Commission, because we are not supposed to be a loan shark. You are giving people loans without being registered for the purpose. You're a police officer, the only business you can do is agriculture. We put our cases in black and white against her. And that woman came to settle the matter. Sorry, but for the purpose of this issue of people understanding that we need to be careful about how we treat people we think are less important or vulnerable. This woman reported the matter to her pastor. That is when she was being harassed. The woman who was owing money. Because she was on the run and reported to the pastor. Pastor, please, that the policewoman arrested her. I verified that from the pastor. How did I meet the pastor? When the policewoman's job was being treated, guess who she ran to? The pastor. What went around just came around. Pastor called for a meeting. And guess what? To release her from the very wicked acts she committed, I insisted she should forfeit both loan and capital. She detained somebody for 2 weeks. Now, some of you may be looking at it as a very wicked person. But you see, I explained my rationale. I don't do things arbitrarily. My rationale was simple. I told her you have the option of our submitting the petition, following it up, and going to court against you for abduction and illegal detention. The court may award more than the money we are discussing. You may lose your job. The option is that you forget the money, both principal and interest. She forgot the money. Why did she choose to forget the money? She decided to pursue the money the way most of us will pursue it, without any concern for the rights of this other woman, because she was in a position of power. And then because of that approach, she lost the entire money. Do I look like I'm wicked? No. My job was to try to use her as a lesson to other persons in that station who felt that their uniform gave them license to maltreat the rest of us. So there are so many things that we can talk about when it comes to security agents, but we're not going to dwell on that. In fact, as we speak, the most frequent reports we get in our office is about police cases and then a few other security agencies. And then you'll be surprised that the next highest number of cases has to do with domestic issues, domestic violence, violence against women, maltreating of children, abuse of children, that's sexual abuse and all sorts of things. Family-related cases. It's actually shocking. It's so bad that the spinsters and bachelors who work in our office are afraid of getting married because sometimes I ask a very funny question. Oh, you are dancing with this person on the wedding day. I ask this question to all the couples that come quarreling. So what happened? What changed? You know, the way they look at me, you know, it's like this man is mischievous. But I ask, so you people did. So did you love him before? They say, oh, God, stop asking me that. I say, no, I have to ask you. So what really changed? But the point I'm making is, when we fight these battles, we fight without rules. You see, a man insists that the wife will not see the child she carried for 9 months because they just are not married anymore, without considering that the issues of custody and visitation rights is not about only the couple, it's also about the child. The child's mental development will be affected if she doesn't get to relate with either of the parents. So I take time to explain these things. That it's not just about you. When you two were loving one another, you didn't discuss with this child. She was somewhere enjoying in the spirit realm. You people making the law of Gapote here, and now you are inflicting this injury on the child. Are you guys okay? Meeting with the child before all these things started. No. Sometimes they become sober. I explain to them, no. Whatever issues you have should not be visited on the child. Family matters. I wish I brought it here, but my time was obviously limited, so I decided not to bring some things. But I wanted to bring some tools. A man wrote a constitution for her wife. Actually wrote it and gave the wife. When the woman, and gave it, he had the courage to give the wife a copy. I held a copy. When the woman submitted, I said it's not true. The woman said it's true. Ask him. I asked the man, a lecturer at Federal Code, the man said I wrote it. What did he write there? You cannot have visitors from your family. That they won't not turn to sleep, they won't visit. Your friends cannot come. There were 12 commandments, 12 obnoxious and wicked commandments. None of them made sense. The man actually wrote it and I told the man, do you know that I can actually put you in jail with this? Because VAP law has been criminalized. But people don't know. The man wrote something that put him in jail and gave the wife and said, this is the constitution of this house. An educated man who actually read law in the Open University. I told him, what kind of lawyer are you going to be? So these are the challenges we are dealing with now. Of course, one of the things we have to talk about is government agencies and institutions that deal with us without recourse. In fact, my pain is that they don't even deal with us with the intention to reform us or to help us maintain order. When MOT is looking for somebody to arrest, they are not looking at sanitizing traffic, they are looking at revenue. So they wait for you like a hunter waits for a prey. In fact, I think they even manipulate the traffic light. So you are just driving at normal speed, you just move from green to red, bam. You don't know whether to jump on your brake and somebody hits you from it. You don't know what to do. The moment you pass, the hunter is waiting. The next you see the hunters pursuing, and they pursue, overtake, and they recover all. Most of the time. And that is wicked. The job of the Ministry of Transport is to make sure the roads are clear. You go to main market, you cannot pass. You go to different places. Their job is to make the roads clear so that you can enjoy the road, not to pursue us. I told them clearly that the Ministry of Transport is not a revenue generating agency. If anybody tells you that person is a liar, there are institutions that do not generate revenue for government. They provide a enabling environment for investors to come, for other revenue generating institutions to now have a lot of business that will now make up for revenue they are not generating. If you don't want to think about it like that, what is the Human Rights Commission going to do? So what revenue are they going to generate? There are institutions that don't generate revenue. So how much revenue do you expect the cost to generate? Do you know how much they pay judges? They give them vehicles. They pay the registrars. So how is the court going to generate revenue for government? There are institutions that create sanity and the environment for things to work. And those institutions must be respected as such institutions. If you convert them to revenue generating agencies, they are destroying the way the natural order of things work. Unfortunately, that is what we see in the Southeast. These things may be happening in other places, but it appears to be worse in the Southeast. And for me, I will also ask myself one other question that is important. I have to do the rest in the next few minutes because that's what I've been told. So the next question that is important is, what is driving abuse in Ali Igbo? What are the causes? What are the things that are driving abuse? The causes are very clear and straightforward. First of all, people lack knowledge. Some of the things I say here sound earlier, that even an armed robbery suspect is supposed to be assumed to be guilty until proven innocent, rather, until proven guilty. You don't, even when you saw the person commit the crime, that doesn't justify the assumption of guilt. And I'm not joking. I don't have time to explain it, but I have a classical explanation that when in the villages, in Anambra State and other people ask me questions like, Nane Nonya and Yosuoshi, say yes. It may not be Oshi, sorry, but I'll use this, sorry. I'll just see how God will help me, but how to tell this story. I don't know how God inspired that story, but I asked this question, or one day I was put on the spot, as in, how do you explain this? I saw somebody do something. I said, okay, let us imagine that you have a neighbor. You know your neighbor very well. You know all the people who live in that house. And one day they all went to work, and then you saw somebody breaking the door from behind. The person was actually determined to break the door. Then when that person broke the door and went inside, he came out with TV and kept the TV. He went inside again, came out to fridge and kept the fridge. Let's be honest, what will run through your mind? Onyoshi, if you are used to lynching, what do? You bounce on him, put a tire on there. You know, before he explains, somebody will hit him with a rod from behind. He will pass out. But what if you give him time to explain and you are like, what are you doing? And he says the house is burning. Can't you smell the smoke? See the smoke. I'm trying to help bring down the body. What will you do at that time? You verify, isn't it? After that, what do? You join him in bringing up problem. Am I correct? So what changed? You interrogated the situation. On the surface, he looked like he was a thief. But when you looked deeper, you found out that he was not a thief. So there are scenarios that look like it's an open and closed case. When you interrogate it, that's why you have court. That's why you have prosecutor. That's why you have defense counsel. That's why the law says you must have a lawyer if you're going to try in a criminal case. So that the whole story will come to the surface. And it has to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. So we lack knowledge. And then we have a culture of abuse that has lasted for some time. Driven by impunity. The feeling that nothing will happen. That I'll do it and nothing will happen. Police will tell you to your face, I'll waste you and nothing will happen. Landlord will tell you, Nanga will have to pay you. Nobody he can make. These are things people will tell you. That statement is driven by impunity. The feeling that nothing will happen to me if I do something wrong. That's one of the biggest problems in Nigeria. Besides the so-called corruption. In fact, impunity drives corruption because some Nigerians are corrupt, knowing fully well there will be consequences for the corruption. So impunity is very dangerous. And then we lack courage. When we are abused, even when we know institutions that can help us, people have come to our office and say, let us fight. They'll say, police. Say happy. If you know how many times I've and I tell them things like, I should leave it because you feel insecure. What of me that's going to fight the battle? They know my office. They probably know where. So don't you think they should be more angry with me? Why are you a coward? Say, okay, you won't understand. Now, Pastor Aneke gave me nothing happier for God. You see, the problem of living in for God is that the person may also repent and God will forgive him. He forgives all our iniquities, including human rights and abuses. So sometimes I'll tell you, see, take it to the law. Even God expects us to obey civil authority. When people do what is wrong, report them. It's not unforgiveness. We are sanitizing the society. You have a duty to do that. But our spirituality means that, that we can take all sorts. And then, unfortunately, not only that we lack courage, there is institutional support for human rights abuse. We have governments and governors that act outside the law openly. And when they do that, politicians and political players get this impression that they are also immune, so they can act with impunity. Then their friends and family members and associates borrow the same behavior. So before you know what is happening, the whole society is actually emulating bad example, and then what happens is that we are living in a jungle. But one of the worst challenges we have in our Igbo with this issue that money can fix all things, I want to address that just for 2 minutes. The Igbo man has this belief system that money can actually solve every problem. So he can actually kill someone. Also, will ego make sure that if he spends enough money, the matter will be closed. That is why they are demolishing your houses all over Nigeria. It's not because they are targeting Igbos. An Igbo man is the only person that you tell, you cannot buy that land. It's on a floodplain. The Igbo man will say, don't worry. No, tell me the truth. And he will start with you that gave him the advice. He will close your mouth with money. He will sell the land to you. Do the documentation. Knowing fully well you shouldn't build there. Then when a pharaoh that doesn't know Joseph comes and demolishes the building, because we are the people who believe that money can do everything. If they have 100 houses there, we own 70. So it looks like we are profiled. But the truth is that we are the people who invest in property, and we are the people who must invest, so we buy anywhere. Abuja, same story. Lagos, same story. You have a sense of impunity that if you have enough money, you will tell you see one day, he said, when we get to that beat, we'll cross it. Don't worry, when we get there, we'll solve it. Then when the bulldozers come, he will start looking for media houses to shout, Nana Kopo Nondi. So why are we not going to follow the rules of the game? If you build in the proper place and have your documentation, if they demolish your house, they will pay you compensation. They won't even demolish it. So that issue of impunity, driven by the thinking that money can fix all problems, is very dangerous. So what solutions do we prefer? Because we're interrogating the situation. We must have knowledge. We must make sure the knowledge of human rights covers the entire space. Every place people gather, they should be discussing human rights. It is sad that we are going to have elections in Anambra State tomorrow, and no governor, no candidate is raising human rights as a campaign issue, and the electorate are not talking about it also. It's a big shame. As long as people do not make it the most important conversation, we'll continue to suffer as a nation. Why? Because human rights affects and covers every aspect of your life, and I'm not joking. The right to good governance is there. Every other thing, in fact, the right of inclusion. Let me also explain this carefully. Now, when you have a proper government, when you have a proper leader, one of the things you use to assess quality of leadership is their capacity to include persons who are vulnerable. But we live in a country where the last people will consider are the pensioners. Governors award contracts of hundreds of billions of naira, pay the contractors, and tell they don't have money to pay pensioners who serve the state for 35 years. We don't talk about persons with disability. We spoke to a commissioner in Enugu State some time ago about putting ramps for bus stops, and he asked us how many. Somebody who studied architecture with all his knowledge, he doesn't understand that the distance between you, all of you seated here, and crutches and wheelchair, God forbid, is one accident. We are all potentially persons with disability, but for the grace of God. When people have this type of knowledge, they will be more charitable. The fact that you're running around today with 2 legs doesn't mean that you may not lose 2 of them tomorrow. Bah! You don't know what happened. And then you wake up at orthopedic, no 2 legs. You have joined the other side. Then you suddenly become more compassionate, suddenly become more. But you don't have to wait until it happens to you. These are all human rights issues. There's no inclusion.